Hello. Oh, Lars is on a run already? Okay, let's jump in. I wanted to show something from Elcon, but okay, well we'll just go in then. Yeah, alright, let's jump in. Game is launching. Hello Tom, hello Voltus, Anomaly. Hello Max. Are you villaying the Villia stream? We'll see. I'm not aware of the metrics exactly, of how this is measured, but... Okay. My game is launching, and I cannot open my browser before it opens. It's so slow. Hello, Bioorigin. Ion. Okay, there's the game. Alright, where's the browser? Okay, here it is. Lars. Okay. Alright. Well, yeah, we're starting with the run, yeah. Okay, I've not... Well... Lars literally PB'd immediately as we joined. Okay, well, alright. Dropping down, lands it. Saving on the ice, alright. Okay, well, we are... We have been live for 3 minutes and Lars has now tied the second place. Okay. Alright. We will get into this. 235 hours and Lars is through to the practice wall, right? So, alright. Well, technically tied third place. Yeah, tied third place, sure. Tied with Hazard, and Elcon and Bren are tied for first place, yeah. Oof, still not. You gotta go. Salamandra, yeah, it was a good time to jump in. Barely caught the PB. It doesn't seem like that scaffold drop-down is giving any trouble to players. Elcon also one-shotted. Lars now has also one-shotted. So another question is, like, does Lars want to practice this next section, or are we just going in? Maybe Lars is gonna allow me to open the map before doing anything, so we can get into this and see what Lars is about to do. Most likely going to practice on the dirt wall, right? Though, so it is not the actual route. Hey, Rocket Buster. So, this is where Lars is. And there's a practice wall right over here, and there's a plastic bounce. You can practice the plastic bounce on this section. If you want to go to the actual route, you need to do these plastic jumps over here. Bren and Elcon have managed to do that. So, basically, at this point, you can go and practice a trick that comes up a little bit later. So you can practice the exact same setup, turbo is in the same spot, roughly, and you get the same amount of speed, and you can practice this plastic bounce, the turnaround, and I think Lars will most likely do that as well. We can follow. Yeah, so Lars going into the practice and now has probably seen Elcon try this, has probably seen Bren try this. Bren had a little bit of a different way of doing this. So what Bren was trying to do is hit this with the left back wheel. This turnaround is very tricky because the chances that it kind of bounces you off the wall are pretty high. You need to somehow stay on the wall and continue getting another grip. So yes, essentially what's happening is that you do the uphill, sort of upwards diagonal angle, you stay on the dirt, You can correct your line. You can climb this like pretty much indefinitely as long as you're a bit patient. You need to game the speed a little bit, sometimes go a little bit lower to be able to not lose all of your speed, but that works pretty nicely. But the turnaround is something that I haven't ever seen before this map. So the turnaround, very specific, and there's two problems with this. One, getting the grip back into the wall, because you need to essentially start a new wall right afterwards. So there's two ways to do this. The back wheel touch, which seems less consistent, and then the side touch, where you kind of hit the full left side of the car into the plastic, and that can work a little bit more consistently. Oh no, oh no. Okay, I couldn't finish the explanation. I think Lars must have failed it on the second attempt, unfortunately. We can check what happened in just a moment. Went under the bones. Oh god. So missing it like here, like going from here and then dropping down. Yeah. That's probably not the outcome that Lars would have wanted from that. Here's the thing about it. I think what Lars is trying to do is correct. And I will explain why that might have happened. So, basically, problem. If you go for the back wheel strategy, you will most likely get the same kind of like height as you had when entering, but you are not going to get the grip as consistently. This seems to be the case. So if you do the back wheel strat, less consistent, but you're staying at least on the correct height. But with the more consistent strategy, where you hit it with the side, it bounces you higher, because now you're looking straight up as you bounce, which means that you're going to be more likely to go too high and like clip the top part of the wall and fall down that way. So while the grip might be more consistent, the angle isn't. You might fly from this wall on top of this, and then it's kind of game over as well, because you will not be able to get the grip back on the wall. Now, you will, on the practice section, you will fall down to the pool if that happens, but on the real thing, there is no pool. So I think what Lars was trying to do is start it very low so that the car wouldn't go too high in the turnaround, which I think is the correct way to do it, but apparently went too low then. Thank you, Zazek. So this was Lars's try. Yeah, trying to push it a bit too much. Like pushing it to the very, very edge, right? But you can see from this that I feel like Lars is going for the like same strat that what Elcon was trying to do. But yeah, unfortunately ends like this. Well, Lars though, immediately as we join, has reached the same point as Hazard. So now we have a situation where Hazard and Lars are tied here, Elcon and Bren are tied here. All 4 players within 2 sections. Crazy. Elizio, Random Troll, Hoof was trying to Chem 2 that he never uses. Chem 2 wasn't really the right move there. Yeah, that could have thrown him off guard. That makes sense. Thank you, Nat, for the 8 months. Much appreciated. Sometimes Twitch gives double notifications. Don't worry about it. Was there air brake at the recovery with wet wheels? Because wet wheels only... let me... I wish I saved my example map of this. But the reason is that water only disables air control for like a couple seconds, and then you get it back. Okay. I don't remember what the setup was that I found good. But it's okay. Surely this works. So if I... Let's see first what kind of a bounce it is. No, it's not good enough. It needs to give me more like a front flip type thing. For this to be visible. I should vault this. Okay, this is backflip. Will also be backflip. How is it so clean? What? Stop. The one time I want this game to not work. Okay, I know. I'm gonna game the system. I wonder if this would work. Already. This could work. No. It's okay. I'll force it to work. By... putting a plastic bunch. Just a small one. I don't wanna do it too late. No, I could try that once. How is this so difficult anyway? Okay, this shows it well enough. Alright, so you notice I'm gonna hold brake all the way through this airtime. And you notice how the car only stops after a while, right? Even though I'm holding brake. So it rotates, and then it just suddenly stops. So this is kind of showcasing the wet wheel airtime. So you get air control back after like 2 seconds or so. Immediately, you don't have it. So you need to wait like a little bit. So that means that if I build something... it might not be about wet wheels, actually. Like, maybe it's about just the wheel, the like, water state. I'm not really sure, actually. Good question. Is it? I don't know if this dries the wheels. It's gonna be pretty fast. Yeah, actually, you're right. It's not about wet wheels. It's about the water itself. So, as you are in water, it disables air control for like 2 seconds. Apparently, you don't even need to have wet wheels for that to happen. Essentially, what that means is that after leaving water, you will just need to be somewhere else for a little bit and you will have air control. So if I do this, for example, if we have like wet plastic which doesn't dry the wheels, and I, you know, do something for like 2 seconds, right? And then I drop down, I can air brake. That's why you can air brake on the floor 16 thing. Because you don't exit in water, you exit on the this thing, right? Yo, Frozenthia, thank you for the 1500 bits. Oh, was I not? Oh my god. 5,000? Hello? Oh my lord. Rosynthia. Thank you so much for the support. Have a nice day. You have a nice day as well. Wow. What a legend. Thank you so much for the 6,500 bits in total. Very generous. Thank you so much. Much appreciate you. We will jump in the server. Oh, one thing before I forget already. Because we kind of jumped right into the Lars run. Elcon found a new shortcut on the map. Wanted to show. Yeah, I should have saved it. Whatever, I'll just... let me catch up a little bit. Also, hello SMB. A perfect nose bug start. That could have been, yeah. Could make a pretty good one. You would need to probably get rid of the wet wheels for that though. Maybe not. I don't know. I'm not sure. There's a person on the server. Spoder grinding. Probably doing a little bit better than I am. But, yeah. Today's plan, we are trying to reach floor 4. And we will follow other players. Lars is on the grind right now. And maybe Hazard will be as well. We shall see. Elcon, I think, was online as well. Is still online? Yeah. So, yeah. We'll follow those runs as well. We do have the permission from those streamers to check them out if they get to a good position. But I wanted to show this thing. So here we had Elcon on floor 9. Nothing crazy there. Elcon gets to floor 9 pretty often. But look at this. Look at this. Where is he going? Jumping down. Taking some speed. And going into this half-pipe. And that is one of the few shortcuts that have been found so far. Worked out pretty nicely too. So that's not a huge shortcut. I don't know, like, if it's much easier than what you actually have to do there, but that's kind of cool. So what you essentially need to do on floor 9 is you have to... Where is it? From this platform that Elcon was in, here, you have to usually go back here, take speed, land on the pole, land here, jump up on this platform, then go around, jump here, and then go onto the turbo, and then jump over here, and then land here. But what Elcon was doing is driving over to this quarter pipe that you're usually only landing to after the turbo, and then taking some speed and landing here, and now can do the recovery jump from here to up here. I don't think that saves many seconds, but it's a small shortcut for sure. It is a little bit of a time save, yeah. Cool. It's not quite the 1 to 2 minute time save. By the way, Mada, I think, pulled this shortcut off on a full run, which was kind of interesting as well. Let me see if I can find that clip. Yeah. So Mada apparently wants to do this shortcut on full runs now, instead of doing the normal way. Maybe like 5 seconds faster. Yeah, something like that. Maybe even a little bit less. Could be. But yeah, Mada. Actually, we have some new information with this run that you can do it from floor 7. So you don't need to go to floor 8 to take speed for this. You can do it directly from floor 7. So Mada jumps up, lines up a little bit to the side, and just full speeds and bounces up on the B. So this is the skip that Hugo was able to do on the floor 8 practice floor. And Mada has seen it and wants to do it on full runs. It does save quite a bit of time, about like 1.5 to 2 minutes. Gets all the beam landings and everything. That is That is pretty great. Yeah, this is during a full run. So, got it like 3 times in a row? Damn. I think Mada is already showing that he's gonna be grinding for the eventual water guard. Well, we are not. But I'm still grinding. So yeah, we're gonna follow the players. Lars maybe gets some more runs as well. Just got a new personal best. And Elcon has been looking pretty strong. Is Mara still doing deep dip? Yeah, that clip is from, yeah, today. So... Oh. Okay, good start to this session. I haven't played the practice floors. I wanted to get the authentic experience on this map first. So we're gonna try to get to floor 4 for now. Oh, the Alt F4 strat. Oh. That one's a less known strategy. Is the dirt wall on this version really that bad? Whoops, I think I had backwards gear. Oh well. Failed the second turtle so often that he refuses to do it again. Yeah, I'm actually... Okay, I should look at my monitor. I'm actually really curious about that, because it doesn't seem to be a place that most people usually fail. I wonder what's going wrong there for Mada. I guess nothing anymore if he's now doing the shortcut, but you know. Yeah, I did finish Shallow Dip. I'm not good at estimating this speed here. Need to slow down a lot. Okay. Let me get some warm-up in, yeah? Elcon yesterday was able to get to floor 16 for the first time, if you missed those runs. And was able to tie the world record on the same run. So Elcon looking pretty solid. And now Lars is looking pretty good as well. Second time past the wheel hang, I believe. And got past the next 2 sections as well. A lot of the efforts of players right now are not actually going towards clearing the next sections, but to practice the dirt wall right though. So it's a little bit of a weird situation where right now we have these players kind of like just trying to figure out how to do the dirt wall, right? Before even getting there. So they're sort of preparing to like one-shot the entire rest of the map, I think. At least Elcon was saying that today he will finish the map, so, you know. Hello, Nascar. It was the coming out of the tunnel part. Yeah, that has to be it, right? Because I actually haven't seen... I've seen like one actual fail on the like actual tunnel part, right? So it feels kind of strange that it would be about that. I think it has to be about exit. usually what happens in the exit, like what goes wrong, is that you either go to the right side. I have the wrong gear. And if you go to the right side, it's very hard to save because now you have to turtle like uphill. And if you exit it in like some weird wrong way, you can just dead turtle immediately. And I don't really know like what that's even about. I'm not really sure if there's any like inputs you need to do out of that. It's hard to kind of tell. What I know is during the tunnel thing, players either tap right or they hold like 50% right. Steering. Yeah, going to be an interesting week, I think so as well, Mitch. Who knows if it ends in a finished run, but it could. I mean, we're really just one day away. Every day we're one day away from a finish. However that works. It would be wild if Elcon actually did it tonight, if he keeps his word. Because Elcon was the last to exit floor 15, right? Was the 4th player to exit floor 15. So it would be wild if suddenly he just snipes everyone. Would be completely unexpected. Not that we would not expect Elcon to do well. But I think, you know, winning this event was looking a little tough after Bren and Hazard started getting, and Lars started getting more into floor 16. But, well, one day and everything's changed. No new water gorge. I'm still doing this weird, but it works fine, I guess. We'll achieve cold fusion on the same day they beat DDT. Is it also one day away? Oh, it's a long one. Not long map. Good and long comment today from Bren on the difficulty of the map. Been talked about a lot. Tier rocket. There we go, getting better. Yeah, I honestly like, if the map is too hard, or if it's not too hard, it depends how you look at it, right? Because like, in some sense you could say that, okay, a map like this should take thousands of hours to finish, if you're looking for like a truly historical gaming achievement, right? But how's that gonna work? Like, it really depends, because then you kind of say like, alright, well, it's not gonna be like a event then, right? Then it's just gonna take like a couple years to do. So, there are achievements like that. And people do those achievements from game to game. Some, you know, rhythm game achievements took thousands of hours. There was that one Super Mario Maker level that took thousands of hours to verify. These things happen. So, like, you know, if we say like a couple hundred hours for a map like this, like, it kind of pales in comparison to some grinds that are done elsewhere, right? The difference, of course, is that this is like a world's first race, which means that, you know, you don't know what's ahead of you and you need to learn everything in the least efficient way possible. But like time-wise, like people are talking like 1 month is too long. Well, that depends on how you look at it, right? If you expect the event to take 6 months, then if it takes 5 months, then, oh, you're gonna be pretty glad, like, you did it pretty well. Ultimately, the map's primary purpose, I don't think, is to provide, like, content. I think it's to provide a challenge. And that kind of an approach means that sometimes the players will have to get, like, frustrated and tired and exhausted, and they will have to have, like, days where things go wrong and days where things go really well. That's just part of it, right? So I feel like right now all of this is kind of being fulfilled as well. So I don't really think like, as long as we have players motivated to finish the map, I think the difficulty is fine. Of course, like, you know, if the goal is to make like a very viewer-centric event, then that's a different story, because then you need to think about like, okay, well, is it gonna get boring at some point if it's too difficult, if it's taking too long, or if the competition like stagnates? Sure, but I don't think this is like inherently like a viewer-centric map. Like, sure, the event is part of it, and it's been huge, obviously, for everyone to follow, and it's super cool to see all the achievements, and the falls are a part of the experience. That's what validates the importance of those achievements, right? When you get to a new floor as such. But at the same time, I feel like the primary purpose is the challenge for the players. And if you don't have the slow days, then there's no challenge, right? If you're making progress every single day, what's the challenge? Then it's just about, like, you know, opening the game every day and playing the video game, right? You have to, like, you have to have a little bit of pushback from the map, right? Oh, this is a PB run. We can take a look at Elcon, though. Elcon's on 13. I should be safe here, right? Should be safe. Yeah, we're kind of doing like a half cast, half spectating thing. So we can take a look at Elcon and see how that's going, because Elcon is getting these higher runs going again. Getting into Elcon shortcut. If you haven't seen this one before, kind of a wild one. Wow, Elcon is really speedrunning this. Why not, I suppose? Yeah, going into the window and onto the crystals. And then putting the left front wheel on top of this barrier. And hopefully keeping it there and bouncing into the tree. The tree. No, not the tree. You're not supposed to bounce into the tree at all. That is not what you're supposed to do. Oh well. There was actually a practice floor 11 released today, which is pretty big. It's a huge floor, difficult floor. Pretty big for a lot of players, I think. But well, Elcon needs to do the plastic bounce now. Seems to have it figured out as well. Oh yeah, Elcon still, yeah, only has games on. So now, lining up carefully. Air brake. Oh, it will land. Nice. Nice bounce. So then for the half pipes. This is probably also not the intended way, by the way. I mean, it's one of them. I'm not sure if we have any actual, like, unintended lines yet on this floor. Could be that every single shortcut we do is planned out. The usual ways, yeah, it's a good way to put it. Well, gets it well. And now we're on the normal Elcon route as well. Into the wall right, very clean landing. And clean landing onto the ramp as well. And now to the final turnaround. Just needs to release quite a bit to land clean into the quarter pipe. And then skip the hidden pool there, does it well. And we go into floor 14. Nicely done. Well, there's still the ice landing, which is failable for sure, but... We'll see if Elcon can get it. Looks good. Perfect. Here we go. Spider sense then. Yeah, I mean, sure, Mitch. Like, there's players definitely, like, moving on to khaki season and, you know, some other challenges as well. But... I'm not seeing any sort of anticipation dying down. Meaning that I feel like everyone is still looking for that first finish. We're still waiting. Could be this guy here. Jumping through, and now the turbos. These turbo balls on floor 14 honestly seem pretty consistent. So then into the turbo, it will push you against the wall, and as you have nowhere else to go, we're going to do this backflip. It works pretty nicely. And then the quarter pipe, just need a clean line here. Looks good. Elcon is through to the beam. And now we have the final turbo wall. Next one is kind of like a turbo floor, and then we have the turbo ceiling. This is the last actual wall that you need to do, but it's a little bit different. This is the middle point of floor 14. So there's a few more sections here before Elcon gets to the dragon floor. And that has been going really well for Elcon recently. So, wheels into the wall, and the light works. Oh, big bounce, but thankfully Viru, one of these mappers who actually put like a very big hole, so we don't need to worry about flying off. Straight line here, getting the very clean centered entry. Again, front wheels will land into the turbos, you get the boost, or will essentially do a backflip because of that. The key thing here is after this first plastic bounce, you need to counter steer a bunch to make sure the car doesn't rotate too much, because if you land to the plastic blocks with wheels, you will not bounce. So you want these bounces, Elcon gets them really well. That is basically the main thing there. And then into the dirt, getting the dry wheels before moving on to this quarter pipe. Tricky section, but Elcon seems to have a pretty nice line for this. Kinda hits the back wheels onto the wall in the entry. Works again. Very clean. Very clean line. Hello Seal, hello Jack. Everybody else as well who's tuning in. Then bouncing through. No issue here. Yes, Ion. And the landing. Into the quarter pipe. And then the turbo sealing. So it needs to reach the ceiling so that the wheels get grip on the ceiling. The turbos here push the car upwards, and it will follow the ceiling as it's sloped. So as long as Elcon gets the grip, we should be in the pool just like that. Nicely done. Hello, big game. Lars just got a new personal best. Up to the practice wall. Practice wall, right. The dirt wall on 416. Here we go. Floor 15. Kuba's floor. Scared of dragons. Well, I am a little bit, because I still don't quite understand what the dragon is about. I don't quite understand why sometimes you don't seem to have enough speed. There could be a couple reasons for it, but, well, need to get to the half point first. Elcon, clean landing. And we keep going. Hello, Zep. Oh, flips the hole, but this line is very tight. You need to get a lot of speed for this. And it works out on second try. Slow line here, releasing a bit, and then to the flip. Plastic bounce will work. Elcon did actually manage to bounce back on the dragon yesterday, yeah. But it's hopefully not something that Elcon needs to do again. Here, the small... Oh wait, Elcon? Is Elcon lining to the right side? New strat. Elcon lining up to the other side. And you know, we talk about Elcon being like a creative player, and it seems like Elcon has figured out maybe a better way to do this. Like, it's not really a new strategy, right? But it does avoid weird jumps that hit the left side scenery there. Not a big strategy, but everybody else is going the other side from what I've seen. I could be wrong though. Well, here's the dragon. So setting up in the corner. And now we hope for something to happen. It's always going to be about the same amount of speed. It's going to be the 275 or 276 speed. Yeah, we were talking about the possibility of lining up on the right side. Maybe that's the Kuba strategy. Elcon did have the weird line there, where he did hit the scenery on the left side, and now, you know, wants to try this out, and it works fine. You know, it does take some balls. Even though it's, like, symmetrical, seemingly symmetrical, it does take some balls to, on floor 15, try something that no one has ever tried before, right? Because who knows what can happen. Maybe you're forgetting about something. Maybe you're not really thinking about something. It's entirely possible. Thank you, Frozenthia, for the 1500 again. Here we go then. 575, 275. There it is. And the speed is enough. So, I don't know why it works, but it works. It's weird, but it works. And the landing as well. Here we go. No stopping with this guy. Into the rings directly. Elcon does this all with the camera 1 for maximum visibility. Might reduce, for some players at least, some precision. But Elcon finds this to be working, the final one. Jumping through. And it works. We keep going, I suppose. Thank you so much for Cynthia. Much appreciate you. Third gear. And the ice speed slide, gaining a lot of speed here. First tries it. And then the brake tap. Is the landing clean enough? It looks to be. There we are. Thank you, Goddess Empty, for the raid as well. Welcome, welcome. Well, onto the beam. And so close to floor 16 again. Elcon was the first player to get to this beam. But the last of the 4 players to enter floor 16. Which is kind of crazy. One section away from floor 16 and 3 players overtook him. But now he's here. And he's already tied the wall record. We go again. Into the loop, but it's a little bit off. Where is this going to go? On the dragon? Oh no, the dragon not so friendly this time. But, hold on, hold on. Well, actually, that's not so bad. Oh. We're just gonna sit here in silence for a moment. So Elcon misclicked. Elcon misclicked. That was a misclick. He's definitely not trolling. There's no way he's trolling. So, there's no checkpoints on this map. So what Elcon is doing most likely... okay, so if we... Alright, okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. I'll try to... I'll try to explain what happened. So you have this menu, right? And what Elcon is most likely doing is just pressing escape, like you alt-tab and this menu opens up. And when you're in solo, you also have a restart button in this menu. Now it's hard to say like what Elcon does. You don't have a restart button on a server, so I don't have the same menu. But what I assume Elcon is doing is just clicking escape to close the menu. So I don't think Elcon like clicked the mouse on the restart button. I don't think that happened. What I think happened is that Elcon accidentally hit respawn. Or restart. But either one will be kind of bad. Because you have 0 checkpoints on this map. Respawn and restart do the same thing. They put you the previous checkpoint, or respawning puts you to the previous checkpoint. So, you know, that means the start line. This was absolutely fine, of course. Saveable onto floor 15. So it's not good, but, you know. I mean, I feel like Elcon, you know, probably not happy with it. No, yeah, but you have to think about it like this. Like the mouse is in the same point, and when I open the menu, like if I alt tab right now, and then I tab back into the game, the mouse will be like centered on the screen, and it will highlight whatever's in the center. And I feel like maybe the restart button is in the center, or, you know, where the mouse is pointing when you alt tab back. So I don't really know if... Like, I really don't think Elcon would click it, because the mouse is gonna be centered every single time. Did he actually click restart? Like, with the mouse? Well, we can check the clip. I don't suppose he commented on it. It is super fast. What? I guess. Yeah, I mean, the mouse is moving slightly, right? It's moving slightly from here to there. I guess it's... it's... I don't really know. It's so hard to also tell, like, how the mouse is moving. We did talk about this. I actually didn't think that Elcon was clicking the resume button, though. I thought that Elcon was... I thought that Elcon was actually... like, pressing escape. Of course it was an accident. Yeah, 100% accident. No, yeah, the question is whether he clicked restart or if he accidentally respawned. But yeah, this looks like he actually, like, very quickly clicked restart, yeah. You can just press escape. You don't need to click anything at all. You don't need to use the mouse whatsoever. So, you know, like, here I am, and instead of pressing exit, I can just click escape, right? So you don't need to use the mouse. And I was thinking that he was already doing that, but I guess unfortunately not. Well. Either way, Elcon back on the climb. I'm sure he's gonna get back there. Thank you, Biggie, also for the tier 1. Much appreciated. Yeah, we were talking about the restart button yesterday, and then I was thinking like, no, he's not taking the risk, surely. It could have actually been that he didn't want to click the restart button, but he, like, accidentally alt-tabbed into the game and then clicked. Maybe he usually does do the escape, but maybe he accidentally alt-tabbed into the game and then clicked the restart when he was trying to click something else. Like, you know, maybe the chat or something on OBS, I don't know. Maybe... well, either way, the outcome is the same, I suppose. Yeah, trying to focus the window, for example, yeah. Something like this. I would imagine that, like, because a lot of the time, I did pay attention to this before, and a lot of the time I felt like when Elcon was like doing this, I felt like it did highlight the restart button, and then it just, like, disappeared. And I thought from that he was using the escape, but oh well. Okay. Anyway, so my PB here. We will check back in on Elcon when those runs get going, and Lars as well. My PB is this jump. I need to land there. Oh, Lars went offline. Gotcha. Okay. We land here first. Dude, what is this inverted steering all the time? There's also no good cameras here. Okay, okay. Let's just start this like that. Okay. Oh, I don't like that. Okay, good save. I did get into this game with the virtual coaching project, yeah. Yeah, maybe gear 2 might help. It's just so weird with this wet iso wheel plastic because you can't really slide out. I think maybe I need a little bit more speed after all. Virtual made a couple of videos about it. Basically, in 2021, Virtual helped me get back into Trackmania after I took like a 10-year break from it. We had like 1 week of coaching per surface. So like first week we focused on dirt maps and then on some road maps and then some ice and everything else. It was a fun project to try to learn. This is too far to the side. Ah, okay. I kind of just wanted to try it. It's so weird how the like direction locks in so much. Was that a PB? Okay, something. So strange. It doesn't feel like ice at all, honestly. Like it plays like ice, but it's so strange. I guess it's because I would have like slid out if that was actually ice. I think it's gonna be easier to chain. I'm gonna try to chain it. Can you dry wheels on the black stuff? No. The sides here are metal. So metal doesn't dry wet wheels. It would probably get rid of... No, it wouldn't actually get rid of the iso wheels either. Yeah, because you have wet iso wheels, so it retains the water, and then the water retains the ice, basically. How do you like the map so far from player's POV? It seems pretty fair for the most part, so far. Oh, really, Helleman? That was... That whole Riolo thing was right in the middle of it as well. Yeah, it was chaos. Yeah, the 936 essentially is because Twitch offers pretty bad bitrates compared to something like YouTube, for example. And in general, with lower bitrates, it's going to look a little bit cleaner. Yeah, we did watch the clip, Douglas. I don't think Hazard or Bren have made any progress today. But Lars has. Lars just got to the practice dirt wall just an hour ago. It would be nice, like... It's kind of a wild difference between bitrates, because I think on YouTube you can go to like... something like... I don't know what the limit is, But I know that Demon, for example, another Trackmania streamer, streams on YouTube at like 13k bitrate. And on Twitch, affiliates are limited to 6k and partners are limited to 8k. So the difference is huge. It's devastating. Hope Elcon makes it back to the top today. I'm sure he will. I feel like Elcon is taking these kinds of things pretty well. I did watch them a lot, and yeah, I do know what to do. But I'm learning new things all the time still. There's like some things that can go wrong that I haven't seen. And of course, like, controlling the car, it's still like, you know, even if you watch the inputs, it's still like a different feel to it when you actually have to do it yourself. It's super cool that we have 4 people within 2 sections right now. Crazy. Oh. You can stream 4K 60 FPS at 40 megabytes bitrate. Oh god, wait, this is not good. Okay, let's redo this. What on earth? Like, how can YouTube afford that, but Amazon can't afford like 10k bitrate at 1080p? Okay, this turtle, I don't like starting it. Megabits, well, okay, whatever. I don't know anything about technology. Yeah, the dirt flick section is where Elcon and Bren have made it. Elcon once and Bren twice. And then Hazard and Lars have made it to the dirt practice wall. No, yeah, I get that that YouTube has like way more users, and it's like overall like a huge difference in scale. But still, the difference feels crazy. Twitch has less delay. Oh, is it so? Yeah, like something like 10 bitrate would be like pretty decent. That would be okay. Whoops. Okay. YouTube has at least 10-second delay. Okay, well that maybe changes things then. Suppose which processes the delay. No, it's not 66 seconds, come on. Simo has been playing both, as far as I know. So basically doing like 50-50 khaki and deep dip. I think 3 times that. I just was there not long ago. No, 3 is weird. I feel like it's gonna get easy. But, like, you need to get used to this weird surface, right? Yeah. Like... I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm almost missing, like, the ice slide-outs there. I hope that I would get some slide-outs, because then it would feel more familiar. It's so weird that you have these, like, low-rev ice slides that just keep going even though you're supposed to slide out. It's so strange. Hey, Jevsky. Whoops. I'll make this work. Oh, that's actually pretty good. No, I mean, you can avoid the slide-outs. But it would be, like, nice if they happened if you made a mistake, because then you would understand what's happening. Now I'm just clueless. Messes with my muscle memory so much. Okay, this jump is going better. I shouldn't speak too soon, but okay. Somewhere like there. Looks good to me. There we go. Just release, accelerate. No, it's not gonna slide out even then, I think. It is just really weird. It's kind of sort of like no grip, which is essentially like a surface. Like it's an effect block. That makes every surface into ice, sort of. But it doesn't feel like ice. Like it does the same thing in a sense. You can ice slide with no grip. Also on ice if you want to. But it just doesn't... There's something off. You can't slide out from it. But like, that's not all of it. There's something that feels strange. Like, the turns don't go where they should go. Oh, did you have a TLCD today? Which map was it? It's too low. Way too low. Where's this gonna bounce? To the ice? Took it. The long forgotten one back from January. Describe it to me. Well, we're still doing them, Hurricane. It's just that we're mostly following the players that are left, which is like 4 people. So when they get some runs going, we will tune into them, their sessions. But yeah, it's a little bit of a different feel, of course. I do get that. Speed Fun Dirt. I need to check it soon. But nicely done. Always a good achievement to get a track of the day. For some reason I can't think of which map it is just by thinking of like dirt maps, but I'll figure it out. I'll check it out. We do have a pretty good track record of doing map reviews and then those maps becoming track of the days. Are you with Trackmania? Oh yeah? How come? Hello, Paraglized. One day you will get the DOTD without me. We'll see, Voltus. I'm sure you can do it. I kind of figured this one out, I think. And as I say that, I'm obviously gonna fail it. No. Yeah, I think it's good. I'm using Action Key 3, so I'm limiting the steering on keyboard to 60% with this. With these strats. How can some people get to 700 or whatever in 20 minutes, but others struggle like crazy just to get a couple hundred? Can't you just do the same thing as other people above you do? So... Whoops, okay, that's too wide. Right. I don't know where to go with this. Like, you know, if you see someone do something, like there's probably some things that you see people do, right? That you cannot replicate, yeah? Like, for example, you see some person playing, like, drums really well. And you're unable to replicate that after seeing exactly what they do, right? Even if you understand, like, what has been done, right? That's part one. That's why, like, a completely new player can't just jump into Trackmania and copy the inputs, because it doesn't work like that. And two, even if you're able to replicate the inputs, there's like a billion variables already in like the first 5 seconds of a run, because the game has a 100 tick rate. So let's say that instead of pressing left at 0.07 seconds, you press it at 0.08 seconds. And now your run will already be different from someone else who you're trying to copy. And while it might not matter in some cases, like, realistically, you will not be able to replicate the entire inputs throughout the however many minutes or hours of gameplay you want to do. Everything's difficult. You can try it, you know? There's a lot of people who figured like, okay, well, it doesn't look that hard, you know? And then they get Trackmania, they go into the map, and they will not reach this point. They will not reach where I just, you know, climbed. You can give it a go. No, yeah, I wasn't sure if it was a genuine question, but look, I get that the game might look very easy, but like, there's so many things, so many different mechanics. Okay, for example, on this ice slide, there's like, I can't really show what can go wrong because I will only get here every 2 minutes. But for example, if I don't get 100 speed before the ice, I will fail. If I don't then start the steering to the left at the right time, I will fail. I will fall down here. If I don't then start counter steering at the right time, I might crash into this wall where you know, I might not literally fail the run. I might be able to try again, but I will not actually like succeed in doing this section. If I start pressing the counter steer too late, then again I will fall down. Because I will lose the 100 speed, I will gear down, and I will slide down, and the run is over. And then I need to keep brake tapping and releasing at the right times. I will need to adjust my line so that I get enough speed without dropping the second gear, which is the 100 speed gear, throughout this turn. And then I need to make sure that my line exits naturally through this ice section here into this landing. So like, there's a lot of things that you already need to think about here. And like, I've played the game for a couple thousand hours, so I have like some muscle memory for this kind of stuff. I do enjoy ice maps, and I play it quite a bit, so like, this is just one section, right? Difficult section, but it's just one section at the very low part. And now you extrapolate this kind of stuff onto every single section on the map, and it gets complicated, right? Hello Sebi, thank you for the 16 months. Much appreciate you. Yeah, we're sniping. No problem. Yo, Costanix. Reach floor 10 in your dreams. Maybe in real life at some point as well. Yeah, like, it's a very simple game, because it doesn't really have too many inputs and stuff, but there's so much like theoretical understanding that you need to know. And sure, that looks easy, but like, if I do any of the things that I just explained what can go wrong, which as a new player you will do all of that, yeah, it's miserable. Oh, hold on. There's a way to save this. Oh. There we go. You can try the game for free as well. You get the 10 first campaign maps, and I think those are already enough to understand like how difficult it can get. There's some other game modes as well that you get. Basically a demo version, the free version of the game. Oh, nice, Costanix. 15 FPS is difficult. I'm very bad at this jump still, but it's working well enough, I suppose. Like, one good thing to remember is that we have players that have 20,000 plus hours currently still unable to finish them. Like 20,000 hours in Trackmania throughout their lifetimes. Unable to finish this map. And like, if you think about having 20,000 hours of time in anything, it probably puts things into perspective. It is very difficult. "10 years on League and still bronze." Ouch. That was not a good jump. Back we go then. Okay. I'll start getting more consistent. I think I'm already getting more consistent on the floor 2 overall. Only thing I have 20k hours in sleeping. You're probably pretty good at sleeping though. Yeah, makes sense, Glennis. Makes sense. I feel like you might be able to appreciate the top players even more if you just, like, you know, you can download the game on Steam for free and you can try out like a couple of the first few maps in the official campaign. Could even make it a little bit more sort of understandable how difficult all of this is. There's like some achievements in Trackmania, right? I don't know if... Do they have them on the PC version or on the consoles? There's like something like take 1,000,000 checkpoints or something. I don't know what the number is. Yeah, I think Virtual made a video about the achievements before the achievements were even out. No, the Elcon restart was definitely a misclick, Glennis. That was definitely an accident. We were trying to kind of figure out what led to it happening, but yeah, it was definitely not intentional. Wonder how many top Trackmania players are musicians? Yeah, I don't know much, actually. But yeah, I do know the same thing, because I have learned a couple instruments. Well. Most likely it was... Like, when you open the menu, there's like a restart button when you're playing in solo, which Elcon was playing in. And most likely what happened... Oh, this is not good. Not fast enough. Was somehow, like, accidentally... What I think happened is that he didn't know that he alt-tabbed back into the game, maybe tried to alt-tab in a different window, and then accidentally clicked the restart button in the center of the screen. Like, it seems strange and very unusual, but, like, it's... Yeah. But there is, like, a restart button. So, like, if you don't have a restart button unbound, then you just click one button and you restart. So... That's not what happened, though. That was definitely a mouse click. on the menu. Okay. Whoops. Here's the restart button. That's how it works. Okay, let's just get back there. No, we checked the clip at like 25% speed. We've analyzed the whole Elcon situation quite a bit. I still think that it was probably like misclick on the window. But I don't know. Uploaded your first track to TMX in 2005? God damn. I think me too, actually. When I was still playing ultra casually and had no idea what I was doing. I was like a 10-year-old. Who do you think will climb to the top first? Very hard to say. Because right now, we have all of the top 4 players are within 2 sections of each other. Their personal best would fit into the same screenshot easily, basically. So they are separated by 2 jumps. Elcon and Bren have the tied wildcard, and then Lars and Hazard have the tied 3rd place right now. So they're very close. All of them are past the half point of floor 16. But there's a couple really difficult sections still remaining. Bren has had the most floor 16 attempts, yes. But like, at the end of the day, your goal is not to get consistent on floor 16, right? Your goal is to get consistent on, or understand all of the tricks and somehow just do them, you know? Like, if we're talking about like floor 15 or floor 14 even, like then your goal is to get consistent because you want to get through those sections as many times as possible. Floor 16, you want to pass exactly 1 time. You just want to get through it 1 time. So of course you want to be consistent on like the early tricks, because the floor is very difficult. But like, yeah, Bren does, I think, have an advantage for having that much more practice. I wish I didn't do this all the time. Oh, whoops. Oh, that's... Go again. But yeah, I think overall it can be anyone. It's just that one god run. I think it's possible that whoever gets the next world record will just one-shot everything and finish the run. I think it's unlikely, but I think it's possible. Bren has done so much, yeah. So much, like, routing, figuring out strategies and everything. For sure. At the end of the day, it's still just about like getting to the finish line, right? And I feel like whoever, you know, whoever is able to get there first will also deserve the win. All of them have been putting in insane hours, and it's been just so ridiculous. Oh. I hate plastic. Okay, let's just try to go again. Whoever gets there first, whoever's able to do the final jump, will deserve it. Like, all of them have been just putting in so much effort into it. I feel like all of them have had, like, their highs and lows. And it's been really wild to follow all of them. All of them have had, like, their strengths as well. Like, every single one of those players. And it's kind of nice that it is those 4 players there, because, you know, Hazard has been doing a lot of routing on not only, like, floor 15 and 13, but also on the lower floors, like, you know, floor 7. Which was a very tricky one. And also figured out some, like, the spin strategy on floor 11 at the second half. And then we have Elcon, who figured out floor 8 all on his own, and was also able to find some strats that improved consistency for everyone else. For example, on the second last quarter pipe section of floor 9, Elcon found that the low line was more consistent than the high line. Hazard is still using the high line, but pretty much every single other player moved to use the Elcon strategy afterwards. And then Elcon, of course, has found, like, the new floor 13 shortcuts, and has been doing, like, a lot of different, like, creative strategies. There's a new shortcut on floor 9 as well that Elcon was doing. A short one, only says a couple seconds, but still. Lars has been huge in these last 2 weeks. Has been able to hold the wall guard multiple times. Was able to do a lot on floor 13. Gonna land or something. Well, this should work. And Lars is looking really good right now. I also think that Lars mentally is doing really nicely. From what I've seen. Like, really able to kind of look at the progress and try to, like, focus on learning the map and keeping the runs going. And then, of course, Bren, who has been doing, like, huge routing, so much science, so many attempts on difficult sections, like floor 11 on the high jump, on the plastic wall. This will work, guys, don't worry about it. Okay, there we go, thank you. So, like, all of them have their own storyline, and I feel like whoever wins is going to deserve it so much. For once, I just wish Teki doesn't participate in mapping. Yeah, Teki would be a very strong contender, yeah. I don't know, like, I never really saw Teki on a grind like this, though. Of course, the guy is super good at, like, Keki, and really good at Trackmania in general. Just really good at everything in Trackmania. But I never really saw, like, this kind of a grind. I don't know if Teki really grinds for, like, wall cars and such too much. I think this will work barely. Oh no, it's okay. Yeah, I did finish Shallow Dip last Saturday. Oh, he's recently done a lot of TMNF trials. Interesting. I mean, that's a pretty good way to practice for these kinds of maps. Okay, I have failed the setup. Okay, let's get the focus back in, yeah? I need to start getting to floor 2. Floor 13 has like 10 shortcut ideas that haven't been tested, by the way. And I feel like we are doing it completely wrong. Like, not in the ideal way, anyway. Oops. I don't think it's possible to not chain. Okay, okay. Alright. This is a run. Maybe Mada will find something wild, yeah. Gonna be interesting. Mada actually not usually one to do shortcuts. And we were kind of like... Actually, a couple of weeks ago, we were talking like, oh, no one's doing this, like, actual intended way here. No one's doing the plastic ice wall, right? So we need to wait for Mada, who is known to not really go for shortcuts usually. Likes to do intended ways on maps. To actually show the wall right. But now Mada is the only one on the map doing the riskiest shortcut found so far. So I don't really know what Mada is gonna cook when he gets to floor 13. In case you missed it, Mada is doing the floor 7 shortcut to the half point of floor 8. Saving 1.5 minutes or no? Or something like that. The beam, yes. Mada is doing the beam on full runs. I mean, he has apparently made it work though. Apparently got it like 3 times in a row or something. So, I mean, if you can, then why not? We'll definitely see some validation replays after the event, I think. Will we try to finish this? Nah, it's beyond me. The grind would be kind of insane. But I will try to finish the checkpoint version once it comes. The one that has 1 checkpoint per floor. That's already gonna be pretty difficult. Do you think Sammy will finish? Well, based on what I've seen, it kind of looks like he might. Of course, like, you know, the whole thing has slowed down so much after floor 11. So the map does seriously get, like, more difficult. I guess, you know, time will tell. But I do think it helps when you're not on, like, the competition grind. When you're not on a timer. So you can, you know, play this for a week and then take 3 weeks off or whatever, and you can come back to it. And when all the practice floors and checkpoint versions and everything else are out, it's so much easier to practice everything. So I feel like people like Sami and Have will end up getting to the end. They seem to have the determination. Mara said he was doing the shortcut too. Wait, what shortcut? Yeah, the floor 8 shortcut to not have to do the turtle part, the second turtle part. I am Finnish. Yes. There is a plugin, yes, that shows action keys. For example, Hazard is using it. I should maybe use this one. Because the game, for some reason, doesn't have any indicator. Yeah, floor 11 is up for practice now. It's been released. You don't have a Finnish accent at all? People say that. I guess I've been talking in English for long enough. Guess who made that plugin? Oh, I would never guess. Wonder if it was Zertrov. Can you say Kimi Räikkönen? Sure thing. You want to make plugins? Are you on the Open Planet Discord? You need to join it. Someone maybe can link. That is the place. A very good community. I don't know much about plugin creation at all. But there are people there that do understand it. Thank you, Voltus. Yeah, I'm playing the map. I was supposed to only try it out after the event, but I think it's a good time now. We're basically just waiting for runs to start from the top 4 at this point. Hello, Clips. Voltus would never do that, Ham. Early. Hazard is online? Nice. On Twitch, you mean? There we go. Virtual gave up on the event. How is this so difficult? I'm still going a little bit too high. I feel like I understand the line, but I need to start getting it more. It's very close. It's very close. But yeah, Virtual made a video if you want to check. It's on the Virtual TV YouTube channel. Basically citing that it's been like very exhausting to do, and also like as a full-time content creator he has editors that need work, and they can't just make a deep dive video like every single day, right? So he needs to do other content as well. So what Virtual basically said is that he will get back to the map once the event is over and all the practice floors are out, and the map is essentially like easier to learn. So I do believe Virtual will finish the map, but after the events only. Yeah, I do have Hazard's permission to restream. How likely we see a finish today? I don't really have like a percentage to give you. I don't have the Deep Dip 2 script at hand right now. It's possible though. I don't like doing these adjustments, but I guess I'll do it. Oh wait, I can just carefully. Okay, that kind of a turn works. Okay, that'll do. Do you think Scrappy can get top 3? Top 3 maybe. Probably not top 2. I think top 3 would be possible. I'm pretty sure at this point that the winner will be one of the 4 that are currently on floor 16. Okay, that was... Oh no, how did it die that quickly? I thought I saved it for a moment. That is such an uncomfortable turtle to start. I really want to do it without the beam. Wasn't Scrappy to finish 3rd, that was Ixon. So Deep Deep 1 was Bren, Virtual, Ixon. 3. Hazard at the time was a mapper, so wasn't participating. But it's kind of interesting how, you know, in the top 4 now, we have a completely different list of names, apart from Bren, of course. I'm not sure about the top 4 and 5, but yeah, I would believe you if you said that Scrappy was 4th and Lars was 5th. Sounds believable. Is there anyone who could be up with the top 4 but didn't end up playing or grinding for some reason or another? Sure. For example, Scandier had exams. I think Gwen as well. Oh, Yuke was 4th. Okay, gotcha. That makes sense. Wasile? Yep. I mean, Virtual did grind. So, I don't really know. Maybe if, you know, it was a different time, different circumstances, maybe Virtual could have been in, but like, it seems like it was a bit much for him. Come on. I think Gwen and Scandier would have been the 2 sort of big names that didn't really end up playing. Like, Scandier did play, but has some exams right now, apparently. I'm trying to push the buttons better, I promise. Haven't heard of Gwen. Gwen is one of the best Trackmania players. Has been playing in the Trackmania Grand League on the highest level. Why don't you use practice floors? I kind of want to get the same experience as the top players had. Or, you know, players in general. They didn't have practice floors in the beginning, so... Why am I failing every jump? Have you seen today's Bren reaction on virtual quitting? I saw what Bren wrote on Discord, and it's probably a very similar thing. If it was about, like, the balance between, like, entertaining and finishing the map. Kind of what I've been talking about as well, right? Like, whether you build a viewer-centric map or a player-centric map, it depends. Because if you want to challenge the players, then you need to have, like, slow days when nothing goes wrong. Because that's what the challenge is. If every day is just like a PB, 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 then the challenge is just not there. So you need to have a slowdown in the event for the players to be able to overcome something. But it's not very viewer friendly because, you know, It's not a lot of fun seeing players kind of burn out and get frustrated and stuff like this. But the frustration has to be kind of... On some level, it has to be part of the journey, because otherwise there's really no validation for the achievement that you're about to get. If everything is fun all the time, then what's there to be proud of when you reach the end? You just basically had like a casual journey at the end, right? But if you need to overcome frustration and you have this self-doubt, like, can I actually do this? And you have like 3 days in a row where nothing goes wrong, that's what validates the result. But it might not be the best for viewers. Some viewers, sure. Some viewers would really enjoy that kind of a grind. Kind of seeing the, like, mental side of the challenge as well. And you know, it's not fun for the players or anything. I know this because I've been through those kinds of grinds where nothing goes wrong, nothing goes right for 2 weeks. You're playing the same map for like 100 hours over 2 weeks, and then nothing happens, and then you're just sitting there thinking like, what am I doing? Why am I still here? Could I not? Yeah, I think like it's basically just like a response to people saying that the map is too hard, which it depends on how you look at it. Don't think it was skill checked. If Virgil really wanted to keep going and finish, he could. Yeah, like if he didn't have the reasons that he had, you know? If he could just put like 3 months into a grind like this is not good. That was very close though. Okay. Can I get anywhere from here? Don't think so. Oh wait. But yeah, the map difficulty is really like, it depends, because there are some like immortal achievements in gaming that happen after thousands of hours of grinding, and like you wouldn't say that that was a too difficult thing because someone achieved it, right? But like it depends how you look at it, because if you think about this from the event perspective where, you know, it needs to be constantly entertaining and there needs to be progress, then that's different, obviously. Oh. Okay, that works, I guess. Floor 16 is likely the hardest floor, yeah. The issue right now with floor 16 though is that you just don't get there. That's the problem. Getting to floor 16 is the tough part, because as difficult as floor 16 might be, it is not as difficult as the previous 16 floors combined, right? From 0 to 15. So like there's a lot more trouble actually clearing 0 to 15 than there is clearing 16. Okay, that works, I guess. Come on. Here we go. I'd like to see some adjustments for DD3. I like don't have the connecting line between blocks where the car could land. Yeah, it's just hard. Like, it causes the landing bugs, right? That connecting line. But the problem is that to remove it, you often need to use custom blocks. So then you also have to sacrifice the map working on normal servers, potentially. It's Chem. Chem here. On the grind. Okay, that is terrible. That was also not good from Kim, unfortunate. Yeah, we did check the floor 9 cut. It's clever. Doesn't save more than a couple seconds, but why not? Something for the future World Guard. Less plastic would make sense. It's just that a lot of the more narrow vanilla blocks that come with the game, as opposed to custom blocks and items, they are plastic, unfortunately. So, like, it would be cool if we could actually get some more, like, just smaller items, smaller ledges and platforms with the vanilla game in other surfaces, because, like, almost all of them are plastic. So, for example... Okay, let me make sure I don't fall down. For example, these ramps, they only exist in plastic. Also, these kinds of like narrow beams only exist in plastic. Like these. You don't have these on other surfaces. These platforms you don't have in anything but plastic. So like you kind of want to build without custom items, because the problem is that the more you use custom items, the more you're also going to increase the file size of the map. And the file size of the map becomes a problem when it goes over 7 megabytes. This map uses very few custom items, and even then the file size is 5.7 megabytes. And that means that they only have like 1.3 megabytes to use for anything else. If you go over the 7 megabytes, you can't load the map on normal servers anymore. That is the issue. So they essentially tried to build vanilla only. They tried to use as few custom blocks and items as possible for the sake of the file size. Okay, interesting flip. So that the map would still work on servers. That is the point. But then, like, you know, if you make that trade-off, that you make the map like 25 megabytes or something, then you need to do like really weird stuff to make the map work on like very special servers and stuff. Okay, that was good. That was a good save. Good. The reverse turtle emote. Did anyone stream Brand World Record? No. Brand did that offline. Yes, people have suggested a checkpoint halfway through the map, but it makes the whole thing a little bit weird. The issue that happens is that you will just leave the game on, like you will reach the halfway point, and then you will leave the game on and just try again from there, because you can always respawn at the checkpoint. So it just doesn't really make sense in practice. You might as well like cut the map off from the halfway point and just release like a floor 8 to 16 version and call that the map. But I don't think any of the players want that. Like, none of the players actually want the map to be easier, because that would kind of be the same as them giving up too. Like, you know, if you say that, okay, I can't beat the map, I need an easier version, then the map kind of wins. I've been saying this whole time that I'm cheering for the players to win and not the map. And I don't think the players want that at all. They want to finish this map fair and square, so no changes. They will do it, don't worry. They will get it done. Like, you know, we're at the point where 4 players are past the halfway point of the final 4. It will happen. Action key 3. Yep, that works. It's gonna be a... going to be a moment when someone finishes. Oh, don't turtle, please. Thank you. Was far enough. I'd like to see DD3 keep the spiral, but each floor will use 1/2 to 2/3 of the space instead of around a quarter. Yeah, I think something like this, would probably work. Like just a little bit, making the falls a little bit less punishing. Of course, there's like other directions that they could go to too. I actually don't really think that the difficulty is like a big reason why they should change the structure, but I feel like this is the ultimate tower of the game. I don't think you can top Deep Dip 2. So I honestly feel like they should maybe try to figure something a little bit different. Like still a survival map. Oh, please don't turtle. Can I flip this somehow? What? I can't even drive on the... What is this, dude? I can't even drive? Oh, it's metal, I guess. Ah. Okay. Back we go, then. At least the line was right. But yeah, maybe something like a little bit of a different template or different kind of design. Suppose you can just make it like more diverse, you know, use different kinds of tricks, different surfaces. There's like many creative ideas. You can almost take anything from like normal maps and use those kinds of concepts in the tower structure as well. Hey, you can already play DD2 with Rally Car, but you don't get very far, I think. Remind me after this run, I'll show. I'm greedy, but it worked. So yeah, getting through like the first few jumps I don't think is possible with the rally car. The literal first jump you might be able to do, like, you know, the landing after the quarter pipe section thing. Oh yeah, I also needed to check the Japski and recurse map. Why does the car not slow down sometimes? Okay, fine. Fine then. I don't know how this works. Like, turning around and slowing the car down, I'm trying to kind of like, just counter steer, like I'm spamming left and right, and it seems to work sometimes. Sometimes I feel like I get like a slide out, weirdly. Oh well. It works often enough, I guess, for me to investigate it more. So here... Hyper-rated. Secret room. The snow car is so bad, we will not even try it. The rally car is not much better. It might get one jump further on the map. I think we just go from the water. I don't really know how to do this. I think you can make, yeah, this jump you can barely make. I don't think you can make this jump. So the run end there. That's it. It is not good. You can drive around the stadium, I guess. Who knows how the desert car would do? Maybe that would do a bit better. Still haven't discovered it at all. The rally car is, yeah, very tough with keyboard. What helps is the action keys. I think usually, you know, playing it with permanent action key 3, pretty good. So you limit the maximum steering to like 60%. There's another player. One and only Kim. Well known in the Trackmania community. What is the difference between rally, snow, and desert car? I mean, there's a bunch, you know, different hitboxes for one, and they're just, you know, different cars with different gameplay. But mainly, both rally and snow car focus on smooth steering. So you don't actually want to drift with those cars, like, at all. You almost never want to drift with them. They also have like some pretty interesting mechanics on like ice, for example. Both work differently from the stadium car on ice, which is that snow car is completely useless on ice. Rally car kind of can like go sort of sideways, but it's a little bit interesting. Not quite ice sliding, but something similar. And well, the snow car interesting thing is that you can use turbos to boost the car a lot on ice. How did that not work? Okay. The desert car is... I haven't discovered it, and I honestly don't know much about how it was added into this game, but it's not really the same. Like, it doesn't drift very easily. It kind of like turns on 2 wheels instead. So it can sort of flip over if you turn too much. But it's supposed to be a little bit friendlier on keyboard, for example, because you don't need to smooth steer so much. I don't know if the desert car has any interesting, like, surface interactions. Go discover it now. We'll have time. I want to make some progress here as well. I'm good, mobs. What about you? The stadium car is kind of like the different one, yeah. Maybe the canyon car as well. From Trackmania 2. It's kind of special, very drifty, in a sense. The Deep Dip Discord I know is I should make a comment for it, probably. But it's listed in the trailer of Deeply, for example, on YouTube. Wait, what's 420? Thank you so much for the prime. Much appreciated. Are we going to review maps again this weekend? I'm not 100% if we still focus on the dip. Maybe if someone finishes before that. Today or tomorrow, which I guess is possible. Maybe then we can do it. Otherwise maybe we do it next week. Hey, big dude. Do you know any... Oh, hold on. I missed that one. Any Div 1 keyboard players, was it? In TOTD? There's a bunch. Elcon is a keyboard player, plays Cup of the Day occasionally. Who would be like one who's sort of very often playing? I guess, you know, Virtual does play keyboard. That did not work. I don't know why the bot is so weird these weeks. It probably did it just fine. There's definitely like keyboard players. If you have a bobsleigh map, then there's gonna be Katzy on the leaderboard. Katzy plays on keyboard. Whoops. Okay, I'm doing terribly. I'm trying to think of someone who would be playing every TOTD in one. From TOTD hunters, depends on the style, probably. If you have like a grass or dirt map, you have Nikolek, who's very good. For example. That guy. That's a TOTD hunter. Streams also. Oh. Hi Steady Thunder. Lars made a new PB into the practice dirt wall right on 16. Can I maybe get to floor 2 again? Oh. Nico might not play Div 1, but is a Div 1 player, if that makes sense. Might not play the cups. How do you feel about corgis? They're very cute. Would you like to finish this map eventually? The checkpoint version probably. But not this. Well, I mean, it would be nice to finish this map, but I wouldn't probably grind for it. Hi, Luca. Hey, sounds good, mobs. Hope you get some good rest. Tonight, at least. What's your proudest Trackmania achievement? Probably something mapping related. Is this enough? Surely, yeah. Good question. Definitely something mapping related. It'll be back, maybe, after the deep div 2. Validating 285. I wasn't that much trouble. It was like 14 hours. Yo, Frozen, yeah, thank you for the 1500 bits. God damn. And I thank the Corgis as well. Very much appreciated. Very generous. A truck of Ariadne is not on that list at all. Thread of Ariadne? Sure, but I actually don't... Like, it's... I could have done better with the route. Like the ice level I would have built completely differently. I feel like maybe the core route, even though the map isn't out yet and it's not ready yet, I feel like the core route is like incredibly polished. I'm pretty proud of that. Like there's so much weird... What am I doing? Weird science and like weird tricks that just work. Like, you know, the longest I spent on a single checkpoint on core was, I think, about 20 hours creating it. Creating and refining a checkpoint. And the map has overall more than 250 checkpoints. So, like, I guess I'm very proud that I had the patience to refine it to the point that I did. Elcon is back on 30? Okay, we can take a look at floor 14, I think. Oh. That makes 10k today. Oh my god, Frozenthia. I very much appreciate you. So generous. Please remember to pet a corgi if you see one soon. I will. Hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you for your work through streaming throughout this event. My pleasure. I very much appreciate you, Frozenthia. Thank you so much for the support. It means a lot to me. Hope you have a great day as well. Great evening and night. So you're thinking of 185 with the khaki map. No, sorry. 85 with the khaki map. That took me 64 hours. But the thing is that I just wasn't very good at the game back then. So, like, even though, yeah, it was like a grind. It wasn't, you know, when you get better at the game, you just, like, don't really value the achievements that you got when you were just not good. You should absolutely value them at the time, and you can value them later as well. Oh, Elcon on floor 14? Okay, let me do the messy real quick. There we go. Safely into the pool. Let me check it out. Just hit the Elcon skip. Let's tune in. We do have a restream permission from Elcon. Oh no, Elcon has the menu open. Please, Elcon. Is he pressing the escape now? I do think that there was more to it than just like misclicking restart instead of resume. I feel like it was something else. I feel like he like accidentally alt-tabbed into the game or something. Which tower would take longer, 15 floor 16s or 50 floor 0s stacked on top? Definitely 15 floor 16s. Like, floor 0 is honestly pretty trivial. Well, Elcon? Not quite yet on 14, by the way. This is still 13, but close to that. Looking back, you see so many mistakes from your gameplay, which is honestly rewarding. That's true, yeah. Like, it's really satisfying to beat one of your old records that you needed to really push yourself for. To you know, actually just kind of get it very easily. Wait, hold on. Oh, I need to refresh? Oh, okay. Okay, good call. I think my stream was definitely on. But yeah, okay, well, now that we go in, Elcon is on 13. No, it wasn't paused. I think it was just delayed somehow. Well, that wasn't much of a journey for us then. So yeah, failed the final jump, it seems. Yeah, we can see the skid mark, so slid off the side. What I think happened here, I can assume what happened here. So Elcon, you can see the skid marks. The jump goes a little bit off the ramp, so then the left side of the car will be a little bit lower. So what probably happened is that the back left wheel hit the left back wheel. One second, my brain. The back left wheel hit the ice block. Like clipped the ice block landing. So then when you do that on ice, the car will steer to the right side, and from the skid marks I think we saw that the car went like off to the side. So basically we can check back after Elcon gets through the turtles and stuff. Hazard is online as well, by the way. Oh, by the way, I didn't press escape. I'm on the server though, it's a little bit safer. I don't have the restart button on the menu on a server. But yeah, so. Where am I? Here. So left back wheel clips here, the rest of the car rotates to the right side, and then the car goes here, it bounces or slides with the plastic, it slides off here, and where did Elcon end up again? It was somewhere else. Wasn't here, was it? Was it somewhere here, maybe? Oh well, I think something like that maybe happened. Oh well. Someone make a plugin that moves the restart button. There might be a plugin to, like, make you automatically resume the game after alt-tabbing or something. Hey, thank you for the tier 1 sub as well, Frozentia. Thank you very much. Hello, Insane Black Fox. Oh, you have the... Is this the clip of the... Yeah, the wall ride skip. It is very cool. Elcon does do that a bunch. Usually very consistent on this. It's a very cool skip that Elcon is doing. Shmaniel was going for that as well. Shmaniel did have a new shortcut idea as well, and honestly there's been so much talk about potential shortcuts on floor 13, and I feel like when we finally get the mappers to show what they did there, I feel like we will be pretty surprised still. Okay, that jump is scary because it's so low speed, but it's working pretty well. Let me see if I can get this one now. Right about there. Oh, but that was so low. Ah, oh, it's so weird. Seems just very precise. Oh well. I just need a bit more practice. Yeah, I think Elcon is dropping to floor 9. Maybe 12 is if he's really lucky. And I guess that's how the medals for DD2 look. Oh, I mean, we already know. Whoops, what am I doing? I need speed. So the author time has been done with a plugin. So the map hasn't been validated normally. Oh god. Okay, that worked. What they've done is they've used a plugin to kind of hack in the author time, though. So they just type in a number. How they determined that number is that they played every floor separately, got a decent time on every floor, and then what they did is they added those times together and increased that total time by about 25%. Floor 8 for Elcon, gotcha. Well, it's not the worst. So, yeah. Basically, the author time is 54 minutes, 32 seconds, and 10 hundredths. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. And it's the 125% of, like, combined segmented run. I think the rest of the medals are just automatic. So they are, you know, some minutes behind, I guess. I'm not really sure. The author time, I think, will be very beatable anyway. I actually do wonder why they didn't make custom medals for the map. Maybe they forgot. I know that I've done it before. You have a deadline for core? Not really at the moment. We have some internal deadlines, but they might still change depending on what we need to do and what kind of challenges we need to solve. We're still working on it a lot. Okay. Bad line. Yeah, we do have different cars. Black Fox. So basically the Trackmania whole franchise started a bit more than 20 years ago. And back then they had the snow car, desert car, and rally car. Commands don't work in replays, by the way. So now they have also, as the 20-year celebration, they've also added those cars to this game. With some new twists and, you know, new mechanics. Then there's also Trackmania 2, which has Canyon car, Valley car, and a Lagoon car. And I guess people are looking forward to getting... I think the most wanted one is the Canyon car. It's a little bit of a different car. Has kind of like a very drifty mechanics. Okay. Yeah. That you sure thing. Then also in Trackmania Sunrise, which came out in 2005, I think, they had the Island car, Coast car, and Bay car. Apparently I'm allergic to Bay cars. So, yeah, we'll see. I don't know if their plans are only to add the 3 cars. Or if they want to add something more too. But right now we have the 3 cars from the original Trackmania game. Thank you, Dago. I did it a bit earlier here. Okay, that wasn't the greatest angle, but it works. Yeah, it's not very hard to reach the car changing room. I'm getting the bad line. At the very least, hold on. Okay, this is not the worst if I can do the turtle. At the very least, I bailed out of it in time, kind of. Such a bad angle. Dude, how do you do this turtle? I need to find a new way to do it if I need to go on the beam, because this like never works. Okay, try again. Hey, Rolly. Hello, hello. How long till the next Trackmania game? It's hard to say, because when they made this game, they changed the business model to the subscription model. So it's really difficult to say what their plans are, because I feel like when they made the subscription model, kind of felt like their plan was that they would keep developing this game instead of making new games, right? At the same time, I'm not sure if they want to make like new cars and such. And also they called this just Trackmania. They didn't give it like another name really. Like it's, I suppose it's known as Trackmania 2020, but I feel like the title on Ubisoft Connect and such is still just Trackmania. So you know, that kind of makes sense, right? That they want to make this like a long-term project. And it's already kind of a long-term project, I guess. Elcon resetting, gotcha. They need something truly different. Some truly different car, like a limo, old Jeep, a bus or something. The snow car is kind of like a big one. But it would be interesting to have like a, you know, just a, like, maybe like a full block size car or something. Would be completely unusable, but it would be a good meme. I think the problem is that they would need to somehow remake the camera system entirely. Yeah, that's not good. I feel like they're wanting to push new cars to this game so they can shut down servers from older games. I doubt it. I doubt it. I feel like they just want to kind of like hit the nostalgia market. Maybe they are still seeing that a bunch of players are playing the older games and they want to kind of get them here as well. Or maybe they're just... Sometimes, honestly, I feel like Nadio's decisions are just made in the sense that they just go into like an office party and then someone is like, hey guys, I thought about this thing yesterday. It would be cool if we just added like a car into this game. And everyone's like, oh, that's so sick, dude. And then they just do it the next week or something. Like, I feel like sometimes they make decisions pretty, you know, impulsively. Which, I mean... sometimes it's a good idea, you know? Maybe a tank? Monster truck? It would be interesting. I don't know if they would add a tank into this game. That would be interesting. I think Nadio really wants to keep the game like family friendly. I think they really focus on that. What's the status of Trackmania World Tour and Trackmania Grand League? So Nadio cancelled Trackmania Grand League last year, the official like tier 1 esports league of Trackmania. And then this year they announced that there would be a World Cup. But how it would work is basically by community tournaments acting as ways to get points, and when you get enough points, then you qualify for the World Cup. So basically what they're doing is they're kind of like letting the community organize the tournaments that they do, and as a community tournament organizer you can apply for your tournament to be homologated, as they said, which basically means that your tournament becomes like an official part of the Trackmania World Tour circuit. So it's like a community tournament based World Tour this year. A dude running in Trackmania? That would be crazy written. They actually broke it. There used to be a way to play with the Shootmania character in this game, but they have since removed it entirely. Like, it was an accidental addition anyway. It wasn't supposed to be in the game, but it worked for like a good couple of years, even though it was getting more and more broken with every update. But now you actually can't move at all. I will add the smoke reward back after the deep dip. It's just that it was difficult to do it during the casts, and I would just end up like refunding it after, so it was a waste of everyone's time. So we'll add it back, don't worry. Oh no. Oh yes, nice. Very good. That looks very good too. Character pilots, yeah. Okay. A little higher. That's maybe... Okay, that was a bit close. It's still so difficult, but at least I made it. And then somewhere from here... Oh, that's way too far to the right. Oh no, I completely misjudged it. It's so hard to aim on the fly. Okay, okay. I will mark down a visual cue now. I need a really good one. Can I aim between... I need something I can actually look towards, like, very nicely too, because my vision here is like... this. Okay. Alright, floor gang. Between the beam and the pool, can I maybe aim for that? That would be really good. Okay, I'll try that. Can I see it though? Oh, I'm not sure if I see it when I'm going here. I think... Okay, between the light and the red beam, yeah? That looks good. Okay, so just aiming like between those two. Between the light and the red beam. Or the, you know, whatever I can see, I guess. I'll pay attention to what I can actually see from the angle there. It was 20k always, mobs. There's an easy lineup on this jump from the other side. Gotcha. I feel like I can get it like this. Like, I don't think it's a particularly hard jump. It's just a little bit uncomfortable because it's kind of blind. But if I can find out how to aim it, it's gonna go pretty well, I think. Boing. How often are you trimming the beard? Probably not often enough. Kinda depends. I go by a feel basis. When I feel like I'm starting to look too much like a caveman, then I trim it. Oh. Okay, that'll do. Will do, I guess. Okay, right. It's the right way to do it, yeah. Just from like a practical perspective, you know? At some point, maybe they would stop letting me into the grocery store or something because they think I'm... Okay, can it land? I think... I don't know, maybe I need to slow down more. Okay, whatever. That's a weird jump. I feel like I'm doing it the same way every time, but I guess I'm missing something. But yeah, maybe they would, you know, look at me and think that I've escaped the wild somewhere, and, you know. So it's just practical to not look like a caveman. Oh no, mobs. I hope it was still your decision. Ultimately. Yeah, that's fair enough. Mobs. It is, you know, always some maintenance. I used to at one point also, a long time ago, have long hair. But like, it's so tedious to maintain. Gets in the way all the time as well. The left turn seems better, I guess. Guess I'll try to do that. What do you think of the map now that you're playing it? So far it's pretty enjoyable. Does take a lot of focus, ultimately. And it's a lot of trial and error even when you know the strategies. Because like small things decide whether you make it or don't. And then there's like small mistakes that you do that, you know, you haven't done before and you need to figure out on the go how you need to solve the situation. So it's a lot of like very sort of active focus. You can't really go on autopilot that much. But I'm improving. It is very satisfying to notice that you are getting more consistent on some section. A little bit frustrating to not make progress on some section. Still fail it even after you feel like you should have become consistent. But you know, it's part of the process. Oh, whoops. This landing? No. Bit too far to the left. It is really, like, very punishing, though. You make one mistake and always back to the bottom. Spectating, I mean, it did let me know, like, what can go wrong and how you're supposed to do some things, but like, executing those tricks is still hard. There's probably some parts that I can one-shot just by knowing the tricks, but also some parts that I can definitely not one-shot, even though I know exactly what to do. How far are the top players away from finishing? Currently they are... I think there's 6 failable sections remaining on the map, basically. Roughly 6 or 7. God. Well, this will do. Yeah, floor 3 is definitely a difficult one to get a feel for. It is so strange at first. Whoops. Okay. Scrappy could be an interesting contender for the win too. For the win, I personally don't see it. But top 3, that I could maybe see. Carly on floor 14 again, got it. Well, I mean, we'll see if Scrappy can get some runs going. I'm pretty sure, I'm like 97% sure that our winner will be one of the 4 players currently on floor 16. Which is, you know, Bren, Hazard, Lars, Elcon. And I'm pretty sure that the top 2 will also be one of them. Top 3, that could be Scrappy or Schmanil. But it's a low chance for that as well, because you are going to lack so much practice on floor 15. Even if you catch up to the others. The top 1 favorite at the moment, I suppose, would still be Bren. Because Bren has an equal world record right now and has the most consistency as well. But really it can be any one of the 4 that wins. Okay, there's something about the left side that feels better. So I guess I'll just do the left side spin. It's probably more about the way I hit the ramp though. Probably more important. Would be enough. Hi Gaucho. Scrappy does look like someone who will finish in like top 5 though. That seems likely. And I mean, I don't really think Scrappy is looking to win the whole thing at this point. I feel like Scrappy just wants to, you know, push for the finish. That would be my guess. It's still a big difference to, like, have floor 15 figured out, like, know exactly what can go wrong and have that experience there to, you know, develop the muscle memory for the tricks as well, than to get there for the first time at this point. Floor 15 honestly looks very difficult. Like, if floor 15 was the last floor, I think it would still be, like, brutal. Brutal ending. Like this, maybe? The car always rotates as I hit the back wall. That should work. Really? Yeah, I haven't actually asked Scrappy about restreaming. I'll shoot him a message tonight. That was a very bad line, but okay. Oh, Scrappy isn't even streaming right now. Okay, gotcha. Well, yeah, offline then, I suppose. Well, it's the classic experience. It's the classic experience where you watch the dot move up and down on the height tracker. Fell to floor 11? Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, Scrappy is extremely good. I do think, like, you know, Scrappy is a lot known for the Cup of the Day dominance, but we shouldn't forget that Scrappy has played on the highest level of Trackmania as well. Double bounce? Come on. Oh. Didn't quite rotate. Try again. But yeah, it's... like, Scrappy is good at everything in this game, for sure. One of the players that has, like, a very general skill set. There's actually very few players that are able to do super well on almost every style in Cup of the Day as well. Like, you know, you usually have the, you know, bobsleigh players that are really good at bobsleigh, and, you know, they do often end up winning as well. You have the full speed players that do end up winning full speed maps. You have the ice players that end up winning ice maps, but I feel like people like Scrappy and Granadi do really well on every map, generally speaking. Even on the styles that they don't feel so comfortable in. Who's the best overall Trackmania player right now in your opinion? I don't know. I have such a hard time making that kind of a claim because there's so many different styles. And it's like, it all comes down to like what you value the most, and I'm not really sure what I would value the most. Do you value quick learning or being able to dominate consistently after months of practice? Do you value specific styles over others? Do you value the traditional competitive scene, or do you value community tournaments that are a little bit different, like Deep Dip? All depends on these kinds of questions. Do you share Brent's opinion that Elko might be the most talented Trackmania player? I don't really know, like, what that means. I think Alcon said yesterday that he has like 20,000 hours in Trackmania. Extremely good at everything. Like, Alcon is the best player? Is that what it means? Or like the best at learning things? I don't know how to make that kind of a... Like, how do you qualify that after someone has already played the game for 20,000 hours? It's... I don't really know. But like, Alcon is really good at everything as well. Alcon has a super general skill set. That was close. But Alcon also has the mastery of specific styles, like full speed and ice, for example. Yeah, definitely VODs. Like, how would you know what skill and what's talent, and you know, I don't know how to qualify that kind of stuff. Or quantify. You value highest number of campaign water guards? Okay, so then it would be... overall, maybe it would be like Shadowcrancer? Shadowcrancer would be pretty high on top, I guess. 16% win rate on Cup of the Day is crazy. Ren just thought that Alcon hadn't played so much RPG, but still learned Deep Dip so quickly compared to other top contenders with more RPG experience. The thing is that I don't really know what Alcon has played in the past. I know what Alcon is really good at, like, in the stuff that Alcon plays, but I feel like there's probably, like, some stuff that we just don't know Alcon has played before. Also, what is this? If this is gonna work. Okay, it will not. I don't... How do I consistently not go uphill here? Such a strange flip. I think I need to try to, like, go full left from here already. But then I will fall down here, right? How do I avoid that? Maybe just super slow. Maybe just super slow. Go straight. I'll just do it as slowly as humanly possible. Right side of the beams. So turning right and flipping on the right side and then going left. Or exactly the opposite. I could try to turn to the right. Like, I've tried it already, but I don't think it, like, does too much. Well, I'll try, like, super slow. I feel like the super slow strat might be... hasn't there been another one, Hem? I feel like there's been someone else who also had a perfect couple day. Like last year or something. Like winning every single round. If you guys don't know, Cup of the Day is a daily format where you have a new track every day. It's not revealed before the Cup of the Day starts. And basically, you have 15 minutes to learn the map. You have the time attack portion of the competition. Then, after 15 minutes, based on the leaderboard, the times that people are able to achieve, players are divided in divisions. 64 people go to Division 1, and that is the most prestigious division. Then the next 64 players go to Division 2, next 64 to Division 3, and so on. So winning Division 1 means winning Cup of the Day. That works in a knockout mode, so every round, 4 people are eliminated until you get to, like, top 12 or so. I don't remember, actually. I played a bunch and I still remember how the actual knockout numbers work. At some point you start getting only eliminated 2 players at once, and then 1 player at once, and finally you have a 1 versus 1 finals. And whoever wins that duel, they will win the Cup of the Day. Okay. Oh, it's until 16. Okay, so at 16, you get the 2 eliminations. Gotcha. Come on. How is this always so difficult? A little bit more sideways, maybe? I don't really know. Like, it just works eventually, I guess. Okay, there we go. Thank you. My best division win is 2. My best placement in Division 1 is top 9. When are we getting Villa of the Day or week? Some people have asked for it. We do speed mapping occasionally, and I want to do it more as well. Boink. Can someone help me understand floor 16, the dirt wall right? Do you even have to do it? So the first one you don't have to do. The players are doing it for practice. So it's just a practice section for a later area. So here's the wall right that you are thinking of, I guess. So you can practice this plastic turnaround specifically, because this is a very unusual trick to have on a map like this. So you can practice the turnaround, and then when you're ready practicing, when you're done, you can do these jumps over here. And then you have to do this ice dirt thing over here. And then you have to go over this beam, and now you notice something familiar. So here is the actual wall ride that you practice for. So you have to do this much more difficult, much longer wall ride, and you have the same exact plastic punch at the end that you use for the turnaround. So you can test out the turnaround specifically at the end of this wall ride. That's what it's for. And then the actual section is a little bit later. Then you go backwards and flip over here. That is the end of that section. Yeah, the Lars fall was unfortunate. Any easy RPG map you can recommend to a new player? I don't really know RPG maps super well, but I feel like there's some like beginner RPG campaigns. If you search for RPG on the club campaign directory, so you go to play, solo, and then there's going to be the libraries thing on the right side. You can search for RPG and there should be some beginner lists there. Hey, no problem, Blade Runner. Thank you for the 100 bits. Much appreciated. I have 1 TOTD map. Maybe I'll build some more eventually. But it's not really my style. Usually I build something a bit different. What is your prediction when does DD2 get finished? Can happen any day now. Hard to say. Could happen today, could happen in 5 days. We'll see. Okay, I'll just try it very slow. Just very slow. Yeah, I think this will work. Alright. Just do it slow. That will be enough to do the turn and avoid the uphill. Waiting for your next backwards map. Eventually. I haven't built backward stuff in a while. Come on. I felt every single part of floor 2 today, I think. Yeah, the ice turn is currently... The ice dirt turn is the water guard. I think what makes this actually more interesting, though harder to follow, is that the players are playing with different schedules. Like, you know, Elcon is playing at this time, Hazard is playing at this time, Lars has been doing some, like, earlier sessions, and then Bren is in Australia, so is doing, like, completely different sessions as well. So there's like, always someone playing, pretty much. But it's harder to, like, react to the other players when they're playing at a different time than you are. So you kind of always end up going to sleep with the fear that someone else will get that god run that they need to finish the map. I actually do wonder if that was why Lars adjusted the sleep schedule, so that he could, like, see Bren do those runs in real time, so that he wouldn't need to deal with the stress of what if he finishes. Now, unfortunately, Elcon and Hazard are also very, very close, and now they have, like, a different schedule again, so I don't really know if it helped too much, if that was the reason. Could be a completely different reason too. But I kind of thought that there might be a reason why Lars kind of started matching Bren's schedule a little bit more. This is way too fast. Okay. I think just releasing on the landing, going a little bit sideways. Looks to work. Bit too much speed, I'll do a small release. Okay. Oh. Dude. I could have done something there, but the surface is so slippery. I didn't know if I needed to accelerate or brake. Braking definitely didn't work though. The car turned sideways. Okay. Will we be watching Elcon and Hazard once they're hype? Yep. We will. Hello, Liam. Hi, Brett Cop as well. I'm good. What about you? Just trying to get to floor 3 again. Soon. Early. Well, floor 0 is going well. That's something to be happy about. Floor 1 is going better. Been pretty good. Don't have to use my leg brace again when walking since my knee surgery. Oh, hope that went well. I guess it did go well, sounds like. God. How is this one not working again? Thank you for the good luck, and good to hear it went well. We'll get there, we'll get there. So right now I think Hazard and Elcon are doing runs. Hazard started not too long ago, so I'm not sure how those runs have been starting up. Elcon was on floor 16 already today. And fell down to floor 15 and then accidentally restarted the run. What on earth is happening? Oh, maybe... no. Yeah, alright. I very much on purpose restarted that run. Yeah, that was a very rough one for Elcon. But I mean, seems to take those kinds of things well. Yeah, Scrappy as well. Scrappy not on stream, getting some offline practice. Ready for an earworm? You have the 20k points. You can just wait until I add it back after the deep tip, yeah? You can't just do another redemption. That is not the right one. Besides, it would be a bit too late to do it in the middle of the night anyway, unfortunately. It's okay, I'll refund you. Have a little patience. It'll be back. The smoke will be back. I promise. Yo, Mops, thank you for the tier 1. Much appreciated. Alright. We'll get to floor 3 on this run, surely. Oh, that's way too fast. My biggest problem on this ice slide is honestly going too fast. Oh no, am I gonna miss this landing? Okay, that's good enough. Alright, should have been a little bit more careful. Are you playing with checkpoints? Nope. I'm playing the original map. I haven't played the practice floors or anything. Thanks for late night content. Been following for a while and not usually into subbing, but you deserve it. Thank you. I'm very honored. Glad you've been enjoying. Oops. Hey, good luck in the exam, King Willie. skill issue, but different, I guess. Like, the thing is that slowing down just a little bit on that kind of an ice slide, I feel is really difficult. If I release the turn, then sure, I'll slow down, but I feel like it's gonna be too much. Okay, this will probably be the right amount of speed, though. Yeah. I need to kind of do like a bad... bad exit from the ice slide. Seems to be how it works. It's weird. But I kind of understand. I have a feel for the speed that I need. Like, people say that the ice spin on floor 10 is easier than the floor 1 ice slide. And maybe I kind of understand it to an extent. Because, like, a lot can go wrong also here. My aim is still miserable. Okay. Suppose this one goes... I still don't know what the ramp is for. You definitely don't, like, jump all the way to the pool. So I guess it goes to floor 0. Why would you need a ramp here? What is the... I feel like every single recovery way on floor 1 is just trolling, honestly. None of them actually work. Shallow Dip took me less than 2 hours. I'm not sure how Bren did today, but didn't get a PB, I suppose. Or was it equal PB? Or something? As far as I know, like, Bren's personal best is still the same on the ice dirt thing. Yeah, the height is kind of whatever. I think the reason why the height is higher is because you fly out of the loop. So, you know, you can kind of height max here in the very beginning. You have this loop. So if you just fly out of this loop up here somewhere, then you get like a new height record. I've been saving my pride for the first finisher, but at this point I could have just given it in the beginning to someone. It was hard to predict. Hard to predict that this would go past a month. I don't think anyone really expected it. It's actually a little bit unfortunate that the heights are so useless on floor 16. You get the maximum height basically in the very beginning of the floor, so then whatever happens after we can't really, like, track as easily. But at the same time, I suppose, you know, the dirt wall ride eventually will improve the height, at least, when the players get there. Couple sections away. Not that far. Is Deep Dip 3 confirmed? Kind of. The mappers have been talking about it. It's not gonna be for a Christmas this year, though. Like, you know, it's not like they have begun building or anything. But it will probably happen in some form. It could be a completely different format, of course. I'm getting here pretty often, at least. That works. Two years might be pretty good, and it will probably take 2 years to build something of this scale as well. If they want to go for something different, then it, you know, could be like a maybe an easier map in a year or so. Really depends. There's a lot they could do. Triple flagpole bounce. Please no. That would take 2 years to validate. "66 hours wouldn't be enough. I'm a bit shaky on this jump. Any good attempts on 16? Elcon had one, but failed the very beginning. Lars got a new PB though, on floor 16. Not too long ago, about 3.5 hours ago. Equaling Hazard now. Getting to the dirt practice wall, right? But yeah, that's pretty much it for today. So far. Yeah, the Trackmania calendar is honestly getting busier and busier every single year. There's always more stuff. As someone who occasionally organizes events as well, it's a bit of a nightmare to try to find like a free weekend in the entire year at all. I guess ultimately you're just hoping that your event is so good, like this one, that it kind of just, you know, it doesn't need to compete with anyone. What am I doing wrong? Am I doing the side press too late? Sometimes I just don't get the angle that bounces. I felt like it was going pretty well when I was doing it. Like, it's definitely the issue is in the angle, like the rotation of the car. Because if I land with the wheels first onto the plastic, I'm not getting the bounce, and I need to get the bounce. So I need the car to go nose down in the air for it to actually do the plastic bounce. There's something called Trackmania News Discord that keeps track of a lot of events. I don't think it has everything, but it usually has like at least the top level esports stuff. PM News, I think it's called. A lot of the time, you know, you just hear about things on like Trackmania Reddit, for example. There's a couple pretty big projects happening very soon. For example, there is a Minecraft project in Trackmania where there's like an entire Minecraft block set that has been made by Everios and some others, being like thousands of hours of work as well. That's gonna release in 1.5 weeks. So it's like a complete Minecraft set, so you can actually build Minecraft stuff in Trackmania. Yeah, it looks kind of crazy. all custom items. There's gonna be a campaign with that as well. So some fresh maps that use those Minecraft blocks. Please land. Thank you. What other games did you speedrun? Mainly maps in Trackmania. But I also did a bunch of like indie FPS games. I did a game called Impulsion, for example. I played at some speedrun marathons. Whoops. Oh god, the red turbo. I need to be more careful. Okay, at least I'm here. It's okay. At least I'm here. I played some Cyberpunk as well. A little bit. There was like a cool category that we sort of invented because the main speedrun, like the main like story speedrun was not very active at all. So we kind of came up with some own categories. It was cool. Stellaria, another indie game that I ran. God. It's plastic too. Okay, we'll just restart. How does Trackmania speedrunning work? So, yeah, usually it's like a PvP game, right? The official game modes are all PvP. So you have like the Elite, which is the main multiplayer mode, where you have like 3 versus 3, one person attacks, 3 players defend, and then you switch the sides and you repeat this until one team wins. But the community also has the tools to create custom game modes. So kind of like in something like Counter-Strike, where they made the surf mode, or Quake, where they made defrag. In Trackmania, people made Obstacle, which is the speedrun game mode of the game. So basically it works the same way as in Trackmania. You build maps, you place checkpoints, you have a start line and a finish line, and then you try to, you know, complete the maps to get your times on the leaderboard. And the game mode is fully maintained by the community. There's some nice campaigns that have been built as well. I also built for the previous campaign. But yeah, mostly people just build their own maps, share them with the community, and people can play them. You still play Trackmania? Yes. Occasionally. Right now I'm not doing anything but Trackmania because of the dip situation. Has Nadio fixed Trackmania yet? Elaborate, please. Thanks for the elaboration. Nadio is very hands-off with the entire Mania Planet situation. So Mania Planet includes Trackmania and Trackmania 2. And basically, Nadio has completely stopped development on both of them. So we are not getting any updates into Trackmania at this point. Which is, you know, not too bad, because at least it means that the game is stable. And when the community is making these game modes and all kinds of custom things, they would often break with patches, so nice that we only need to make them once, because the game doesn't get updated. Okay. Careful on this side then. Yeah, no problem, Liam. How difficult can this section be? I'm so lost with how to get consistent lines on this. it was very ambitious from an IDO to think that they could run 3 games at the same time. Shootmania, Trackmania, and then also Questmania that they planned. I guess they were really hoping for the company to grow, like, a lot. Probably 10 times to its current size. Questmania was supposed to be an RPG game, so you could make your own like quests in the map editor, and you know, we didn't really ever get too much information out of it at all, like how it was supposed to work. Like, you probably would have classes and maybe some like I don't know, combat, I guess, presumably. We don't really know. Hello, Twist. Oh yeah, there's the pathfinding map, right, Twist? So I believe that Questmania like hasn't been officially cancelled. But basically this was their plan like 10 years ago, and they never really said much about it after that. So I feel like we can say that if it's not cancelled, then it's like at the very bottom of the of the shelf, you know? At the bottom of the drawer right now. Kind of sounds interesting. It does, but I suppose they never really had resources to even like develop Shootmania. They were supposed to add like a new environment every 3 months, which included also like Shootmania characters, I suppose. Which essentially would have meant that Shootmania in the like first 2 years would have had like I think 4 or so different characters or environments or whatever, and they never got past the first one. So that kind of shows that, yeah, the plans didn't exactly go accordingly. Are we going back to casting, or is this full-time playing now? Well, right now we are casting, but there's nothing to cast. We will check in on Hazard and Elcon as they get some runs going. So, you know, as soon as they get to those higher floors, like 14, we will jump into those runs. I do have the permission to restream. They're not playing on the server anymore. Haven't been for a while now. So, but we can tune into their streams. But yeah, it's a lot has slowed down. That was clean. Yeah, I really am not sure what Questmania was supposed to be to begin with. Bren increased the Walter Guard, but it's only the height Walter Guard. So it's not progress Walter Guard, it's actually on the very first part of floor 16. So there's not much to see. It's basically just a failed attempt on the very first loop on floor 16. So the height, yeah, the height we don't care too much about anymore, because on floor 16, how it works is you get the like best height in the very beginning, and then you go lower for like a long time. I think a little bit more like a sideways. Yeah, better. How do you do the ice slide? There's a lot to it. You need to keep the second gear. That's for one. if you probably slid out of the ice slide before, right? Kind of like lose the grip and start going backwards. So that happens when you lose the second gear. So generally speaking, there's a couple of reasons to that. One is that you slow down too much, and one is that you might be going a little bit too tight. So staying in like a 90-degree angle as much as possible throughout the slide is like a good goal. And then the actual exit, you don't want to release too much. So what you're hoping for is that you get a natural exit from the ice slide. I'll get there soon again. I'll fail something eventually. But then I can try to kind of show what I do. Looks better. I'm on controller, I go down, then up, then hit hard right, but it doesn't slide. Down, up, and right. Okay, let's wait until I get back there, yeah? I'm not 100% what you do there. Basically how you ice slide though, just the ice slide mechanic though, is just... Good. It's... acceleration and then counter steer. So you steer a different direction as what the car is turning to. That's ice slide. And then if you want to go tighter with the ice slide, you can brake tap. And if you want the ice slide to go wider or exit, you can release acceleration. Those are basically the ways to control it. Let me check the... Yeah, okay, that's the line. Okay. How did you go from Shootmania to Trackmania? Originally, I guess I went from Trackmania to Shootmania, because I used to play it when I was a kid. And then I heard about Shootmania, and then I went to Shootmania. Didn't play Trackmania for like 10 years. Forgot everything, and then the virtual project kind of got me back in, where virtual was coaching me for a month 3 years ago. Okay, that looks good. It's really hard to line that up so quickly. You get the visibility very late. Oh, please don't. Oh, I tried to slow down early enough. I lost the gear there. Ah, that's brutal. I need to line up a little bit further. I knew that it wouldn't work already. That's why I slowed down. I was hoping to get back to the motorbike, but it was too late. Okay, at least I get to the ice slide. Yeah, I need a little bit more speed there. Need to maybe start it a little bit in the turn, after all. I knew that it can happen, but I thought it would only happen if I go like much closer, but okay, now I know. Virtual coach, yes. Are you now compelled to say we whenever you ice slide? No, I say no. Point the car down to get speed on the hill. Then go up as to not fall off. Then turn in left. Then I slam right. Just fall off the map. Okay, so, alright. I'll try to explain this as I get there. Ice is weird, and this is a very tough, weird ice slide. It's also like a... Like, I've already had a couple attempts where I literally have no idea what happened. So it's a weird situation. I'm getting better at slowing down on ice as well, which is not something you usually need to do. Not many maps have you slow down from like 200 to 0 on ice. Go left. Okay, so main goal is to get 100 speed before you even get to the ice. So you need the second gear. Basically, there, I did get it. So that's your first goal. So then you want to go pretty close to the hill. You can even crash it, honestly, like it's not that bad if you do. Maybe not ideal, because then you might need to adjust in weird ways, but... You get the gear, you turn, and then you start counter-steering, and now I'm brake tapping a lot, yeah? So basically you continuously... Your goal is to continuously hold forward and right. Those two buttons. And then you brake tap to go a little bit tighter all the time. If you release acceleration, the risk of sliding out is huge. If you brake tap too much, you can also slide out, because then you lose too much speed and your angle is weird and yeah. But if you just do this, and you brake tap a couple times, and then when you think you have made it past the turn, try to release very early, because as you release acceleration, and you like press acceleration again, so you basically like do a release tap. That's when the car starts rotating back forwards. Yeah, most likely you slide out because you release acceleration at the like wrong time, so to speak. So if you're able to just keep these two buttons on and then release somewhere here, it should eventually be enough. Car, drive, thank you. Can we watch Elcon? Where's Elcon? What floor? $13? Okay. We can check on 14. Oh well, let me get to this next section. Wow, weird bounce. Okay, worked out. We can look into it. Yes. I do have the permission. Yeah, in the very beginning of 13. Well, at least we get to see the shortcut. If you haven't seen it before, I suppose. Hopefully, anyway. Because it depends on how much you believe in Elcon. By the way, we can see that Elcon has no respawn binding. That's some info, yeah? Launched respawn, no binding. So has unbound the respawn to avoid the muscle memory respawns. Elcon having a snack? Okay. Let me do this next part. God. Why does it bounce like that? Not even like a plastic pole. I'm not sure. I'm not sure which wheel to put on this. Maybe it has to... Oh, okay, this looks scary. Maybe it has to be the back wheel. Back wheel and a little bit to the left and then go backwards. I don't know. This is weird. Yeah, I'm not comfortable with any of this. Maybe I can turn the car a little bit more. Will we try finishing the map after the event is over? Probably the checkpoint version. Hold on, if I go like this carefully, maybe I can get the left side wheel off this other side. No, yeah, Elcon had the accidental restart on 15, but that was a mouse click, not a phone button. I think I need to get the front wheel on this other side, but yeah, okay. Well, that was a tough one. Well, suppose we'll check in on Elcon then. Let's see. Floor 13. Getting some runs in again. Had that floor 16 attempt before. And an accidental restart click when falling down to floor 15, so kinda unfortunate, but well, getting back in. So, here's the Elcon shortcut. Not going to the wrong direction. Elcon knows what he's doing. So now, trying to get the left front wheel on top of this border. And then the goal is to fly out of the road entirely. Scary strat. But Elcon is pretty good at it, honestly. Here we go. See if it works. Lines it up, lands it, and gets it. Does it really quickly as well. It seems a little bit shaky, like it's hard to control entirely. But it looks to be working well enough. Here we go. Onto the dirt, and then the wall ride. Front wheels first into the wall ride. So a very heavy right side turn here to not get a slowdown. And then landing here, no issue. Went too fast earlier, oh really? Well, this time it works. Lands pretty early. Is this gonna be wet wheels? No, still jumps over the pool and should be getting this landing as well. Did fail this section before. Oh, Elcon pauses mid-air. Maybe Elcon's, you know... someone said that Elcon is getting a snack. Maybe it's Elcon's eating. I don't know. I'm not sure when Elcon started, actually. I'm not 100%. Well, the landing works, and we are on floor 14. Elcon really pushing it with these pauses. The restart button there every time. But yeah, we can see there, the mouse moves away, and Elcon presses escape. So I feel like after that accident, Elcon has moved to this strategy of pressing escape to close the menu, instead of clicking something. But I feel like Elcon was always doing that anyway, actually. I really think that it was just like some misclick where Elcon didn't know that he was actually in game. Alt-tab mistake, some kind of a thing, you know. Landing in, turbo, here we go. Yeah, like Elcon going into floor 7 and 8 was already like getting the water guard. In the very beginning though, like in the very first few floors, I'm not sure how it went, I can't really remember. Well, currently Elcon has the tight water guard. So, doing pretty nicely on floor 16. Needs to get there again. Good landing. A very tricky section this one. Need a very clean line and Elcon gets it. Why did most players stop playing on the server? Basically, at this point you want to avoid weird things from happening, like disconnects, lag spikes, whatever. You also want the higher FPS that you can get in solo. So, you know, the players are just getting more competitive, basically. And into the turbos. There we are. Part of it might also be hiding inputs, sure. Hello, Stealthling. So clean line then. Again into the turbos. Flipping upside down, and now the counter steers to make sure the car doesn't turn too much. Air brake as well. There we go. Yeah, it's also true that, you know, the server is pretty empty, so what difference does it make if, you know, you're playing on server or solo? You can get the benefits of the solo by playing in solo, and, you know, you don't really get much out of the server experience if you're all alone there anyway. Well, tricky jump here. What about jump to the right? Elcon, great line, gets it well. Ayumi. Now the front wheel bounce works great. Almost on floor 15 already. Jump is good. Small release to land a bit earlier, and there we are. Once again into the ceiling, trying to get the wheels to grip that turbo group there. You need to get contacts with the ceiling, with the wheels, for the turbos to push you, so Elcon will try to line up towards the right side, and the turbos will push him towards the pool. Just like that. Well done. Final jump. Looks fine. There we are. Floor 15. Kuba's floor. Kubas has been playing a bunch as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing Kubas on full runs too after the event. The mapper can't show the strats, but we've seen other players do them here. Great clean landing. The line looks good. And Elcon lands in. A little bit further than the middle point of the block, and now just a clean line. Looks good. Small air brake, stabilizing the car, and then the flip upside down. It's a bit sideways, but will work fine. And then Elcon is doing something a little bit new here. Instead of going for the left side, wall hug, Elcon goes for the right side. Seems reasonable, and it's a small change, but it does prevent some rare issues that can happen. Flip, will bounce once, There we are. Now the wall bounce. Looks good as well. There we go. Very close to the dragon, just the beam landing. Countering the speed with the turbo. Now the lineup. Right from the corner, 275, 276 speed, but the speed is not everything. There's something more to it. Maybe it's the air brake timing once you land in, but gets the 76 speed, instant air brake, and the speed will be enough. Not the most speed I've had, but there's something to this that is hard to understand what it is. This time it works. I think it might be something about the air brake timing. Well, either way we're through and we're on the rings already. Number 3. Number 4 and the final one. Oh, wheel clips a little bit. Is Elcon gonna chain this? Oof, does it still. I suppose it didn't lose too much speed there. And now the ice slide. Actually, not really an ice slide. Elcon is doing an ice speed slide here. So a low rev slide just like that, getting a lot of speed. And then the brake tap dirt. A bit to the side. Is it gonna be enough speed? It's very low. Oh no. And it will fall to floor 14. Fortunately, there is a landing. So, Bren's personal best height is whatever. It is not the progression PB. Bren's personal best is tied with Elcon. It is right after the practice dirt wall ride, in the middle of floor 16. So it's after the, if you know the plastic jumps, the 2 plastic jumps on floor 16, after those. On the icy dirt wheel loop thing. Don't look at heights on floor 16. Doesn't mean much. Well, Elcon gets to do some more turbo walls. Elcon really speedruns all of this. But it's working. Thank you, Andy. Soros, for the tier 1. Much appreciated. Height doesn't really matter until you're at the final jump. It's kind of it, right? Then it very much matters. Then nothing else matters but the height. He just told his chat one more word about the reset, and I'm go unleash it. Yeah, that kind of rhymes. Elcon, rap god. There we are, into the pool. Andy, thank you so much for the 1000 bits. Much appreciate that. Means a lot. We are hoping for, look, Elcon probably knows what happened. We might, still speculate, like, was it like a misclick in terms of switching on the wrong window or something? Whatever. Elcon knows what happened. And Elcon has also probably taken some measures to make sure it doesn't happen again. So, we will trust our professional player. Mistakes happen. And we'll just make sure that Elcon gets these runs going now. I mean, we don't really make sure of that. Elcon makes sure of it. Yeah, Elcon fell down from floor 16 to floor 15 and accidentally reset the run. It was very much continuable from the beginning of floor 15, and yeah, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Things happened. Through the turbo again, and we go into the ceiling. Wants to line up this very carefully so that the car is very straightforward. You can kind of judge it from the thing in the middle of the car, and that will work. Nice. Have there been any new Walter Guard attempts today? Lars got a little bit further on floor 16 like 4 hours ago. Tied Hazard for 3rd place. But Elcon and Bren are still 1 section ahead. I suppose there was a Walter Guard attempt, but not a successful one. Lars failed on the practice wall, right? Hazard on floor 10. Okay. See how that goes. Well, Elcon here, back to floor 15. Again, a clean landing. Very consistent on this, getting it first try every time. Been a while since I saw Elcon retry that. You need a very good landing there, and Elcon gets it every time. Again, the setup here seems to put the back wheels next to the A. That might be the precise setup that players are using. And the release, and now the flip. Looks to be good. Now the right side wall hug. Is he gonna go with this line? Okay, I guess we are, yeah. It was a little bit pointing to the left. But yeah, just a small tap towards the right, and you get the wall hug. Make sure the line is clean. There we are. Then the wall bounce. And almost back to the dragon. Interestingly, I feel like Elcon's biggest issue, apart from the dragon, I suppose, which has been a bit tough to get, like it's a bit inconsistent for just about everyone, I think. There's something missing there. I feel like it's the dirt brake tap. But let's see how this goes. 76 speed again. Is it enough speed? Oh, just barely. Hitting that ceiling is the key element there. Get into the pool and we go back to the rings. Once again, Elcon uses a bit of a different camera than some others. Hazard, for example, is doing this more with the internal camera to aim better, but Elcon making it work with this very clean final jump. Great. Very good. Always such a scary section, but that works great. And yeah, again we go for the ice speed flight strategy. I think at this point, like Elcon... Elcon... He's just trolling. Okay, stop. Alright. We go. 3rd gear, ice slide, or ice speed slide. Landing in. The dirt. This looks cleaner, and should land as well. Hits the barrier. Nicely done. Just call it an ice slide. But like some ice players are saying that it's a speed slide. I don't know. Low rev ice slide. I don't know what to call it. Look, it looks like a speed slide and it gives speed. Didn't Kevin say yesterday that it's called a speed slide? We noticed, by the way, Elcon moves the mouse away, right? Also making it very clear there. Here, demonstration. Pressing escape. So Elcon, so, you know, We know what Elcon is doing, and I think what happened in the previous try, maybe Elcon is explaining it with chat as well, but I think he accidentally switched the game on. And then, like, that's the misclick. I think he usually presses escape. Did Ice Player indeed call STs STs? No, yeah, I mean, of course, yeah. Oh. Bit tricky. The icy wheels make this hard, but gets one wheel on the track, that works fine. So it's like a low rev ice slide then? Like, no one will understand it, and I can't explain it, Twist, if I call it a low rev ice slide. Anyway, here we go. Back to floor 16. You need to specify the low rev. I mean, kind of, because it's a different line than what others are doing. Anyway. Just needs a clean line here. Yeah, I believe that when you alt-tab back into the game, the mouse just goes in the center. That's, I think, what it does. So it doesn't, like, memorize the position. So, anyway. Plain line, no airtime. You can redo this if you get a bad line, but this might be a little bit too far off. It will land on the dirt just before the rings, so that is not the worst case in the world. It is a too late exit. So what Elcon did there was overcompensate for the mistake that happened last time, which is basically like jumping too like far to the right. So Elcon is trying to go straight, like as minimally to the right as possible, and then do like a very late left tap. But either the left tap was too late, or the right side wasn't really far enough to the right, so it ends up looking a little bit weird. But those kind of jumps are really difficult. Well, back we go. We do an ice thing, I guess, and then a landing. Looks clean enough. There we are. I don't think Elcon purposefully failed that section to get the wall record on height. Spice slide. Well, back we go. Saved this last time. You kind of get the front wheels icy here, though they're not icy right now. I don't know why. Oh, now they get icy. Okay. Well, in the corner it seems savable. Was savable last time in the same situation. Just smashes into the wall. Gets the left back wheel up and the right up wheel as well. Good strategy. That seems to work. The reason why Elcon is a little bit slow on that final jump sometimes is because the dirt brake tap is the like ultimate thing that gives you speed. So Elcon is doing the ice slide or whatever better than pretty much anyone else. Okay, this time we keep the ground contact. The drift into the plastic. This is doable. There's a small ramp here, so you can fortunately go back. Careful. Careful lines. Plastic is so zoopy. You accelerate so quickly on these 0 speed sections, so it's very scary, but works out. But yeah, Elcon's, the brake tap on the ice slide, there's something about that, like after the ice slide. On the dirt. Landing here, works out. Are we doing some practice? Seems like. Now for the wheel hang then, so you have this interesting, unusual section here. I need to get the wheel hang onto the wall. The goal is that you get both wheels on top of the beam. Okay, Elcon fails it once and decides to go for it. Sure thing. Getting rid of the bad 50-50 again. Only the good 50-50 remains. Seems to be a good strat from Elcon. Let's see if it pays off. Line. Oh, the back wheel not quite high enough, but there is a pool below. So we'll get to do floor 15 again. So the goal is there to get both of the wheels, the front wheel and the back wheel, pretty much like simultaneously on top of the beam. If you go too high, if you try to take it like too safe, then the power in which the car falls down onto the beam will make it so unstable that it falls. So you need to get like a very precise height so that both front and back wheel will go on top of the beam. You can't like safe it. You have to push it a lot. Bounce. Oh, it's a little short, but works. Yeah, this is Elcon 21. Spider slide. There's so many terrible ice technique names in this game already, like Gorilla Grip. Here we go then. Why are the wheels in the graphic on the bottom right not aligned? Because there's space on top for wheel conditions. Hazard on 14, okay. To know. Gorilla Grip sounds maybe cool, but it has nothing to do with the actual technique. That is about. Well, now the wall hug. It's a little bit of a sideways line, but looks to work. I'm not sure what happened there, but seems to be okay. So we have had some inconsistency from players on this. However, at the same time, apparently, Kubas, the mapper of this floor, went into the editor and did this plastic bounce 120 times in a row to prove that it's not inconsistent. So it could just be that our players are missing something, are missing some strategy. I do appreciate Kubas. I feel like 50 times would have been already enough. I feel like was maybe a bit overkill, but, well, at least it's proven. This is a little too slow. Is it gonna bounce at all? It will. Is it gonna land as well? Oh, the turtle looks dead, and I don't know if there's a good save here. I'm really not sure what they're missing there. That was 275 speed again, and we've seen 275 speed work before. It's very strange. It's very strange. Something unusual is happening. It has to be something maybe about the air brake timing, or somehow like the landing in the middle. I don't think it's a bug, because I've looked at the dragon and it is specifically the blocks there. Oh, Hazard missing the grip. The blocks there are overlapped in a sense that shouldn't give landing bugs. So if it's a bug, it's something else than a landing bug. Yeah, it could be like drifting on the plastic going up. That's one option as well. Like landing in slightly sideways somehow. Well, anyway. Anyway. We have Hazard also on a run. Current tied 3rd place. Elkon and Bren are ahead. So Hazard is tied with Lars. We're not at the final jump yet, no. About 6 or 7 sections to clear before. Well, here we go then. Hazard. Getting some solo runs going on these familiar floors. Reaching that 1 hour mark is not unusual for Hazard. Oh, Elkon thinks he knows what he's doing wrong? Interesting. Wonder if he's gonna keep that a secret, let other players fail there for a little bit. Can't be that many things though. It's either the drift on the plastic or it's the air brake timing. I don't see how it could be anything else. Well, Hazard. Furious counter steering, stabilize the car, and we're in the pool. Prozenthia, thank you so much for the 1000 bits. You are too kind. Thank you very much. How likely could be a one-shot after the dirt wall ride? I'm saying like 50-50. If you get past the dirt wall ride, like the actual dirt wall ride. Oh, that's upside down, but it's worth trying to save this. Well, of course it's worth. It can work. So you just need to line up against this one flat wall. And there we go. Perfectly done. The reason why Hazard is going for that wall specifically, even though there are other walls as well, is because the other walls are not flat. You have this weird geometry on the other walls that can actually like just kill the turtle entirely. So you want to go for that specific wall to get the safe flip. You think he should have given up? Oh. Interesting take. Now for the ceiling. For the ceiling, straight line. And lands it as well. So we're getting another run into floor 15. Yo, Frozenthia, thank you for the 111 bits as well. The jump works out. Hazard has been less clean with this very first jump of the level, but has been eventually getting it really nicely. So might farm this a couple of times to get the clean landing, make sure it's the right amount of speed. This is kind of what Hazard has been doing before as well. Thank you very much, Frozenthia, for the 11,111 total today. Very generous, thank you so much. The DD2 blessing, let's see how it works out. Hazard, clean landing this time, commits, and looks like a good landing. It is always a little bit scary because when you land with one side first, the car will usually bounce a little bit and you will get control of the car a little bit later than usual. But it works fine for these guys. Like we've seen some players land with 2 wheels perfectly and then slide down the downhill as well. It is spooky, but Hazard makes it, and the following plastic bounce as well. So we're in the pool. Now into the shrimp, and I think Hazard is still doing the left side wall hug. Unlike Elkon, who's doing the right side. Yeah. Both work. And looks good. Bounces once and lands it. Yeah. I'm wondering how Kubas does that. To do it 120 times in a row. To prove that it's not inconsistent. But well, Hazard is through, and now for the beam. Looks good. Turns to the right side to get the slowdown with the turbo. And now for the dragon. Goes for it. Don't see the speed, but the air brake is instant, and well, the landing is great. Works fine. Thank you, Flameseeker, for the prime. Pool landing works out fine. So here we go, now to the rings, and you can see, now that we watched Elcon just a moment ago, you can see a difference here where Hazard is doing it with this internal camera. Trying to make sure that the lines are correct. It might seem even scarier like this, but when you build the muscle memory for this camera, you can get very consistent, and you have the sort of understanding where you know where the wheels are, you understand how to drive these kind of sections. Very good from Hazard. Then the landing, and looking for that third gear. So again, Hazard is usually sliding a little bit more. Do you never lose speed by hitting plastic like the sides inside the dragon? No. Well, okay. So if you smash like head on into a plastic, like if you actually like crash it into it like a wall, yeah, you will lose speed. Because the car will kind of like bounce backwards a little bit. So if you like literally crash into it, then you can lose speed. But if you slide against like a plastic wall, yeah, it doesn't cost any speed. Plastic has this unique property. It's gonna be the spice slide. Don't think it's gonna be a restart. So yeah, Hazard also clicking escape button to exit the menu. Landing in. But Hazard is going a little bit more sideways. Looks good though. It's a little bit to the side, and this will unfortunately hit the wall. Fortunately though, it does land. So Hazard will be able to retry this. Just checking the line, making sure that the approach is correct for this recovery. Front wheels first prevents the car from landing upside down. Or flipping upside down as it lands. Back we go. Is the only reason why underwater wall rides don't lose speed because the sides are made of plastic? Yes. Yes. Clean line here, back to the ramp. And now the flip. Looks good. There we are. Back to the pool. Can you get ice walls? Like vertical panels? You can use ice wall ride blocks. With as walls, yeah. That's possible. I can't enable the Hazard audio because it's Hazard is using music. Oh, that's a big bounce. Is it going to bounce back up? Yes. Yeah, it might just mainly be the music in Hazard stream, not really game audio too much. Well, we go back again. Clean landing onto the pipe, or what is this, beam? And we hope for the dragon to work again. And kind of see if Hazard is doing anything weird here. Just that immediate air brake and the press forward. Oh, it doesn't quite make it, but it will bounce somewhere. It's not a good bounce though. That was super close as well. There's something about it. Something about the dragon. It's not a good fall. Not a great one. It will go back to floor 7 at best. Even that seems like a pretty tough recovery. Well, it's going to slide there. I really wonder... Like Elcon did say after that mistake that he thinks he knows what he's doing wrong, and I feel like everyone is doing this the exact same way. So if Elcon can figure that out, that could be like a slight advantage. We can check this landing still. See where he ends up. It's gonna speed up a lot when it gets to the downhill properly. Well, getting a bit faster. Yeah, this is floor 10, but it's falling down at least to floor 7. French seems to get it consistent also. He said he understood it a while back, but I never understood what he was talking about. Maybe I'll need to check how Bren is doing it and try to piece this together. How is it moving so slow still? I mean, it's a downhill. Should get faster over time. Incredible how it's taking so long. It's not even accelerating at all. This is part of the track. This is the ice spin on floor 10. So Hazard right now is on the floor 10 middle parts. But as you can guess, it is not going to be recoverable there. It'll take 2 more years. Wait, how did I go back here? Where did I even fall back from? From floor 2 or something? I don't know what happened. Anyway. So yeah, it's here. A little bit of different looks because Hazard doesn't have the high shaders on. But yeah, it's going to fall down most likely here, and well, it might be recoverable somehow. Dude, how long is this taking? It is kind of crazy how it's not going any faster. It would be fun to have all players on at the same time, but they live in different parts of the world, I suppose. Bren at the very least. It's not really default movement, it's a downhill. I also don't know if it's faster. if you accelerate. Don't really think so, but I could be wrong. Okay. Yeah, I think the default movement is working against the downhill, but surely the downhill is still like quite a bit stronger. But yeah, I mean that maybe that does affect it. Oh well, it's pretty close to the edge now, I suppose. But oh, could it actually maybe go to the pool on floor 7? There's a bunch of plastic below as well, so we'll see. Okay. Honestly, insane that it's not speeding up at all. Okay, maybe 10 more seconds. Well, okay, more like 1 minute, but close now. Hazard always has these super long falls. It's crazy. Well, there we go. And we'll go to floor 7 turbo, bounce, hit the ball, drop down onto the quarter pipe. Okay, well, floor 6. Could have been worse. Could have been worse. Could have been worse. Well, we will check in on Hazard when the run evolves. Well, hopefully these guys start getting runs into floor 16 still. Elcon already at 1000. Okay, that's floor 9. How do you improve deep dip 3? Looking back at deep dip 2. I'm not really sure about like improving. It really depends like what the goal overall is. Like, is it to provide like a super difficult challenge for the players, or is it supposed to be like an event that's very like viewer centered in a way? Yeah, the new Elcon cut is very cool. I can show the clip of it. Elcon already passed it, I'm guessing. Yep. So this was Elcon's, this is a clip from earlier. Elcon's cut idea on floor 9. Leaving a couple seconds, so jumping over here, then doing this jump into the quarter pipe section, and then doing the recovery way from here. Yeah, I did see also Mada getting the shortcut from floor 7 to middle of floor 8. Crazy. Yeah, so how the shortcut works is basically... No, it's not safer, it's just a couple seconds faster, maybe. So usually you go from here, from this point, you go do this quarter pipe jump over here. And then you line up against this, go here, jump, 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 then you take speed, jump, and then you go onto the turbo, go into the quarter pipe, and then land here. What Elcon is doing is, after doing the beginning, doing this quarter pipe jump here. He actually goes over here, lands this quarter pipe that you normally only take after the turbo. You go around, land here. It could be a little bit safer, but it's definitely a little bit faster as well. And going over here. Then climbing up. So it ends up in the same place. It's really not like a huge time save, but... hey. Works for Elcon, it seems. Hey, bum. Mada did pull off the cut, apparently like multiple times on the floor 7 to 8 section. Suppose Mada is training the watercourse struts, but it's not really about that. It's more about the fact that Mada on floor 8 apparently failed the second turtle multiple times. Sure, I can explain the whole thing. Let me fail this run. I'll show the floor 8 route. But yeah, apparently Mada failed the second turtle so many times, like the exit from the second turtle, that he didn't want to do it again and prefers to go for the shortcut, which is definitely riskier. Okay, cool, slide out. Oh. There we go. Go to floor 8 on this run? Now that would be surprising. It is a big time save though, the shortcut. What's the longest floor? Depends on what strat we're talking about. If we're talking about just like the intended strats, I think floor 13 is honestly the shortest, because we haven't probably found the intended strat there yet. Floor 8 is probably the longest one. A 7 is pretty long, but I feel like 8 is kind of pushing the 3 minutes. No, yeah, I mean, I feel like on the segmented records, like on the floor records, we can already see that 7 is like under 2 minutes, I think. So, floor 8 is close to 3 minutes. The record on floor 8 is 1 minute 40 something seconds, but that is because there's a 1 minute shortcut there. I'll show it in a moment. Today Plexter said that he messed up and one of his intended cuts doesn't work on the final map. Huh. What? Okay, anyway. Alright, let's go look at the shortcut. So there's this floor as well. Today released. Floor 11 practice floor. But this is the one that we want to look at. Ouch, take care, bum. Careful. Okay, this is still the shortcut. Is this... Okay, this is still the shortcut. Virtual is not doing the shortcut. So this is the intended route. So, this is what you actually are supposed to do. You go here, you go upside down, and we're gonna speed this up. So you do this upside down driving, turtling as it's called. Keep the car swinging from side to side. Then flip the car back up on the platform. That's the reason why you need to do the turtling for those flips to work properly. And then you can do a small shortcut here, which is intentional. Okay, where did virtual go? Why does the replay just end like this? Oh, no, it works. Okay. I think it might have been something... I need to click the unlock timeline button. Okay. So then you do this thing, and this is the section that Mada was not willing to do anymore. The shortcut does skip this section, and a lot of other stuff too. There we go. And then virtual lines this up. Okay, interestingly, and drops down on this grass. So, what the shortcut is on this one, there are, by the way, no 98,000 people who finished this. That's not the correct number, in case you were wondering. Plug-in moment. So the shortcut goes all the way over here, lands back onto floor 7, takes this floor 7 section, but then goes a little bit to the side and lands on the beam. And this is very much in the center of the map, making it extremely scary to do, because if you fall to the side, you often will fall all the way down. And now you're on this same grass patch. And if we take a look... Mada actually, so no one's actually gonna do that on their actual run. So about that. About that. So Mada actually showing that you can already do this from floor 7. So you don't need to go to floor 8 to get speed or anything. You just go normally from floor 7. And goes in a little bit to the right and landed it. And then goes, follows the beam. And there we go. Landings on the beams work, and now you're on the grass. So this saves like 1.5 to 2 minutes. It is definitely a waterguard strategy, and Mada is already going for it. Apparently not for the pace reasons, but because Mada doesn't want to do the second turtle part. Playing with wheel as well. He checks time. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. But you know, the pace doesn't matter too much if you haven't yet finished the run, right? Okay, so we do have Elcon also on a run, currently on floor 13. Yeah. on the plastic punch. We will check into that in just a moment. I think at this point we can wait until the run gets to floor 14. Actually, this would be a good time for me to rehydrate. So maybe I'll get some water before Elcon's run is getting serious, so to speak. I'll be back in just a minute. Alright. Let's take a look then. Elcon 21. Our newest player. In a bit of a problematic spot though. Something has gone wrong. Because we are in the scenery near floor 12. So there has been some kind of a mistake, but let's see if Elcon gets the save. Launch on the beam, launch on the platform, and we'll be able to continue. Well, we can check back again when Elcon gets those higher floors. It's kind of ridiculous that we don't consider floor 12 a higher floor right now, but you know, that's how it goes. That's how the map evolves. Can you check this? Elcon glitches into the 4th dimension. Okay. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Not much, like, you know. No, yeah, it's just a camera change. It might look a bit weird. There's not much here. The car just kind of gets stuck, you know? Kind of gets stuck between these, and then the camera angle is very strange, right? Like, we're looking, like, straight down right now. Like, here's the platform, and then if you're wondering about, you know, what happens here, it is a bit confusing, sure. Elcon just changes the camera here, so we can see here the camera wheel rotates. Like, in general, cameras are kind of strange in this game. But yeah, he's just changing camera angle. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Looks ooh, but is So here's one example how you can break the camera a little bit. So if we do a fall from very high up, I think you do need to wait for the car to actually fall. I don't know if you can accelerate, but eventually the car will rotate like above the car, and usually it doesn't handle that very well. Well, right now it's not really rotating, actually. It's a bit too stable. Maybe I need to change the camera once for it to break. No, that looks too normal. Maybe I do need to accelerate? I'm not actually 100% sure how this works. Maybe like this? This looks promising. Yeah, because now it's facing like straight down. But at some point it might be... Yeah, now the camera is kind of like glitching a bunch. Usually it breaks a little bit more. Oh, yeah. So the camera is moving on its own right now. But the game doesn't really know what to do. So sometimes, yeah, you have these weird things. And then it kind of glitches when the car finally lands. Just an example. The camera not always, you know, up to date on what it's supposed to be doing. Especially camera 2, I guess. Don't be so rude, the camera is trying its best. Fair enough. I will say though that camera, like there's alternative cameras, right? Like this is camera 2, it's behind the car. Kind of follows the rotation of the car, and camera 1 is what I usually use. So this one is slightly higher, and it doesn't follow the car as much. Kind of lets the camera turn a little bit more than camera 2. Or lets the car turn a little bit more. But then you have camera alternative. So for the internal camera, this is the alternative camera, or I think this is technically the alternative camera, and this is the default one. But a lot of players prefer to use this one without the car in the view. And then for camera 1, you have this camera, which is a little bit closer to the car, but still allows the car to rotate before the camera catches up. But for camera 2, it is the weirdest thing. This is the alternative camera 2, and I literally don't understand what this is for, because the camera, like, it feels like an earthquake, like, every time you drive on anything at all. Like, the camera is, like, shaking so much. Every small bump causes the camera to kind of glitch a little bit. And it is very strange. I don't, like, you notice the small, like, ticks, the you know, small things. Like when it leaves, like, a platform and such. Like, it's just weird. It's a very odd camera. Camera 2 is fine. It's just the alternative camera 2 that I don't understand why it exists at all. It's sort of... it's very shaky. Yeah, I can't see anything with it, actually. It's very cinematic sometimes, I guess. If it was smooth, then maybe it would have some use. Most players, I think, still use camera 1 in GPS. Actually, some mappers put, like, different replays on a map. Like, you know, you can check the intentional route by looking at a replay in the beginning of many maps. They put it to different cameras, so you can choose which camera you want to what you want to use. Elcon on floor 14 already. Goddamn. He is fast. Let me get to a safe spot, or what I think is a safe spot. That should be fine. Surely we're okay. Alchem 2 seems to work alright on flat tech maps. Oh yeah? On ultra-wide resolution? Yeah, very specific. Not too many flat tech maps to begin with. Alright, yeah, Elcon indeed. Already getting another run going. Alright, calm down, Voltus. Promise you don't have to do the upgrade. It's all good. Well, Elcon here. Oh, we can actually have our sounds as well this time. Getting the runs going again. Halfway through floor 14 once more. I can explain it after all this. We're into the turbo wall. There we are. Couple more turbo tricks remaining. There's someone who you would like to win, or who you think deserves it more, or anything? No. I'm cheering for the players and not the map. That's everything. I want the players to finish the map. I feel like whoever finishes it first deserves the win. I don't like. I usually, like, when everyone's playing fair, everyone is playing the same format, they know what the competition is about, they know what they signed up for. I feel weird about saying, like, someone else deserved the win other than the person who won. Great landing. Misses the wall, but works out. So I feel like whoever wins deserves to win. Because, like, you complete the challenge. The challenge is to be the first to finish the map. You've done it. And that's it. Land again. Into the quarter pipe. Not quite fully sideways, but works out. Like, yeah, of course, like, I'll be sad for whoever doesn't win, because I feel like all of these players have been putting in, like, ridiculous hours. But at the same time, they have all put in ridiculous hours and so much effort into this whole thing. So, like, all of them have shown a lot of endurance for this kind of a challenge, and I'll be congratulating the winner no matter who it is. Don't have any favorites. Well, here we go, floor 15. Jump through. Looks like a good line. And Elcon lands again. No trouble with this jump at all. Here we go. Has done these multiple times. This is the place where you end up if you fail the wheel hang on floor 16, so Elcon has some extra practice on this section. So does probably everyone else. The plastic punch looks to work. A little bit of a weird one, but it will be fine. Now into the turbos. Elcon goes for this right side wall. Trying to make sure the lineup is correct. Slight tap towards the right side. This is not at all what you hope the outcome to be, but it works fine. I feel like there's something more to it than what the players are doing. Maybe they need to take it even cleaner. But, well, works out fine, I suppose. Now for the speed, landing in. So Elcon did say, after the previous fail on the dragon, that he thinks he knows what he's doing wrong. So what is it? Starting a bit more centered. This is not the usual setup. Starting centered with the turbo. The speed, 75. It works. I don't know what he did wrong the previous time. Like, the setup is slightly different. Like, it's more to the left than before. But okay. We'll have to think about it. Right. Jumping in. No, it's not about speed. It's the same speed as always. Elcon has every single time got either 275 speed or 276 speed. That was 275, so it wasn't even Elcon's fastest. Gets the gear pretty late, so this will be a redo. So it's something about the line specifically. If it's really about taking the turbo just a couple centimeters to the left instead of from the right side of the beam. I also think it's something about the dragon specifically. It can be the line, or it can be the air brake. I suppose, yeah, I need to kind of think about how this turbo setup would improve the line into the dragon, though. If anything, I feel that it would make it harder to start from the left side instead of the right side. Okay, yeah, we'll think about it. I'll need to need to do a field trip into this topic. Well, either way, we're getting closer now. I struggled with the dirt brake tap here. Gets the speed now, jumping through. More than enough. The brake tap. It looks to land clean, and Elcon will make it safely into the final part of floor 15. Taking the turbo, landing in, and, well, doesn't need to go for the recovery this time. Usually you only need to struggle a little bit if two back wheels are off the platform. Elcon is on keyboard. Here we go, into the loop. Alt-tab. Escape. No issues. So here we go. Flip looks pretty good, but it will unfortunately lose some speed, but the car will flip back up, so Elcon will be able to redo this one. Hasn't maybe done this yet, but it's nothing complex. There's a beam, you go on the beam, and then you redo the whole section. This is like one of the few saves that this floor will have. After this, it's basically like, alright, well, that was the one. There's also the pool below the wheel hang, I suppose, but that's the last one. Then you don't get any saves anymore. Then it's all the way down afterwards. Well, this flip is better. No airtime and Elcon. Drift landing. Oh, that was very close to the plastic on the right side. There's like a small piece of plastic on the side. You can bounce from it, but Elcon unfortunately dodges it. And into the wheel hang. Elcon has traditionally gone for one practice attempt here, and then failed it, and then gone for the normal attempt. Because there is this practice site here where you can try it out. Yeah, we're going for the practice. Why do they slam into the blocks? Probably just to, you know, it doesn't really matter if you slam or just slow down. Okay, fails the practice. Oh, actually wants to practice this time. Fair enough. Fair enough. Going a bit too... Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh god, okay. Elcon is using a tweaker plugin, which reduces render distance, but... Don't need to see anything to know what's below. So there's a plastic block somewhere on floor 15. Oh, yeah, I think Elcon bounced from the plastic save. No, actually, no. I think it was from floor 12 or something. That is a tough one. Okay, well... So yeah, in the very beginning, I don't think it matters whether they hit the blocks or not. It's really just... you need to go backwards. So you go up here, and then you go backwards, because you need a little bit of speed to get through the turbos. Hazard offline, gotcha. So yeah, you go with a little bit of speed through the turbos, otherwise they push you back. Basically the only thing. But yeah, this plastic piece, I don't know why this is here. This seems just evil. Like if you are a little bit too far to the right, you bounce from this, and then what? You fly here or something? I don't know. But yeah, we see the dangers in the practice area. That was too high, and the car unfortunately didn't hit the safety block, which is not that safe either. You can still fail this even with the safety block. But yeah, unfortunately it goes all the way here, and I think what happened is that... Yeah, actually it did hit this plastic block, which is a slope. So you bounce over here. Yep. That's very bad. Honestly, almost safer to just try the real thing, because, you know, if you don't get it, then usually the pool landing is there. And if you get it, then nice, you can continue the map, right? If you get the practice thing, there's no anything, right? There's no no reward for it, right? So maybe, honestly, maybe the players will just go for the real thing from now on. Thank you, Green Golf, for the Prime. Much appreciated. For the 3 months. Yeah, 16 is pretty tough. Well, we will check back into Elcon if those runs get further. I am playing indeed. Yeah, like the safe way, honestly, in some ways, the practice way is a little bit more punishing. I started... How long ago? Is this the... This is day 4. Well, yeah. We'll see. Elcon has been getting to floor 16 pretty nicely now. So maybe it's gonna happen again. I think that the players kind of understand the strat, it's just very tricky to do consistently. I think Jumper said at one point that he's about like 3 out of 4 on the wheel hang, which honestly for the mapper of the section is not that much. Went too close to the corner. I should have just tried to push it. Oh well. Back we go then. I wonder how consistent the dirt wall ride is for Jumper. Can you explain default movements? Like, does a turtle car always have some velocity? It can get stuck as well, but usually if you're on flat ground with nothing blocking you from moving, you have default movement, yes. Which basically means that the car is moving either backwards or forwards automatically. I don't know what exactly causes it, probably some calculation error or whatever in the game's code, but it is just what happens. So the car always goes either forwards or backwards, not sideways. From what I know anyway. Four out of 5 for the dirt wall ride. Oh yeah? Okay. Well, maybe it comes from Jumper then. When will deep fall can happen any day now, so it's impossible to say. Can happen any day, or it can take like 1 more week or something. It's really hard to say. The pool under actual wheel hang wasn't Jumper's idea either. He said the other day. Yeah, fair enough. I feel like a lot of the safety pools have been placed by like different mappers at the end. Can someone help me with Twitch culture? Is XDD like a sarcastic laugh or same as XD? It's basically the same as XD. Just like a cursed laughing emote. Considering taking vacation so you don't miss it. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to say like when it would happen. Like, they are close, but we have no one who has actually tried the final few sections. So there's like less than 10 sections remaining on the entire map that are unsolved or untried. Why am I struggling with this part so much? Come on. I think the problem is that we don't really know the full difficulty of anything that's remaining. So it's hard to say if anyone gets any of that one shot, which is possible, or if they all will get stuck on something that seems kind of like normal, or seems, you know, not to be a big issue. The issue, more so than the difficulty of floor 16, yeah, is that there aren't enough runs to floor 16, because the rest of the map is so hard. So learning anything on floor 16 is just a struggle. Oh, what? What this is? Yeah, Elcon has also said that, you know, today's maybe the last day, and Lars has also said that I'm gonna finish the map tomorrow, and that was also like 5 days ago. So I feel like the players also know that we're getting closer to the end, but no one truly knows, like, what's left. The issue really is that we don't get enough runs to floor 16. Like, if you got to floor 16 like 5 times every day, like every one of our 4 players got 5 runs to floor 16 every day, the map would probably be finished at this point. But they're not. You know, some days you don't get any runs to floor 16. Some days you get 1 or 2 runs, and it might not be enough to get any progress done. So really, like, what it takes for someone to finish the map is to get to floor 16 a bunch of times in one session, maybe get a little bit lucky, maybe get some one-shots, and it can happen. Bren was worried he'd wake up to Elcon having finished today. Oh yeah? I mean, still possible, I guess. Elcon floor 1 trillion. Okay, what is it actually? Well, second place is not that bad, sure, and like, you know... Elcon floor 3, alright, okay. Better than me. So... yeah, sure, like, second place... Yeah, I'll take that. Is not bad, but really the question is, like, you know, who really wants to be in second place? Like, sure, it's like good amount of the prize pool, but like second place, you know, often called the first loser, right? Which is not how you might see it in, like, you know, a few months from now. Second place in Deep Dip 2, that's still insane achievement, right? But, like, are you really gonna be happy with it? All of our players that are remaining are super competitive. I think me versus Elcon would be a pretty weak match. Elcon, Hazard, Bren, and Lars right now are in the floor 16 middle parts. Yeah, watch out, Elcon. I can almost get to floor 2. Okay. There's of course the deal between Bren and Hazard, where they have decided that if they both get top 1 and 2 after the or in the event, then they will split the top 1 and 2 price. So instead of being 50% and 30% of the price pool, they would be 40% and 40%. They've done a lot of... What is wrong with me? They've done a lot of climbing together, a lot of, you know, figuring out the strats together, solving the map a lot together. So now they have this deal that if they get top 1 and 2, they're gonna split the price. Well, but that is only if they get top 1 and 2. If they get top 1 and 3, the deal is off. And honestly, yeah, at this point, the top 1 and 2 can be just about any combination of Bren, Elcon, Hazard, or Lars. I wouldn't be surprised with anything. Currently, Bren has the best consistency at getting into floor 16. But that will matter less and less when essentially the race is just about the fact that you want to get through floor 16 one time, right? So if you're really good at like floor 14, that's fine, but really like you do need to also solve floor 16, right? That has to happen. Eventually you need to get through it. So we will see. I also think that once one player finishes, it's not gonna take too long to get the top 2 or 3. Your side. Scrappy did Giga Clean Floor 11 practice run. Is it actually? I might take a look. I haven't checked the new practice floor records at all. I'm too fast. Okay, of course I missed the ice as well. 7 seconds faster than your ortho time? Okay, let's take a look. So here's the latest practice floor that has been released. That's pretty fast. Let's see it. Chaining this one for sure. Probably landing towards the left. Yeah. And then... Okay, no setups. Just going in. Small release to not get too much speed. Clean landing on the uphill. Oh, just continuing? You can do this? Oh, I had no idea. Just a very low entry then. Yeah, okay. They don't actually need the setup at all. Flipping? Wow, very fast flip as well, just on the edge of the pole to be able to continue immediately. Oh, and chaining this part too. Wow, okay, this is a good run. Chaining this too. Okay, this is fast. This is pretty fast. No setup for anything at all. Water pipes. No issue. What's the landing here? The flip! To be able to continue directly. Oh, wow. The flip here. Here you need to take speed, surely. This is a pretty tough speed check. Downhill directly. Avoiding third gear. Oh, he got the third gear, but still landed. I don't know if it actually cost any time, though. I don't think it really costs much time. Well, okay. That is insane. So the usual strat on this jump is to land with back wheels for the clean landing, but Scrappy actually, what Scrappy does here is exiting the quarter pipe a little bit early to flip the car so that it lands forwards. So that way you don't need to turn the car around. Wait for it. I'm guessing that Clover might be doing it the normal way, let's say. No, Clover also. Okay, let's see. Kubas. Kubas. Landing sideways. That seems a bit scary. Or maybe Whirl? Okay, Whirl is doing the usual strat. This is the usual strat that we saw people do on runs. So landing like this, and then turning the car around. But obviously, it's faster like this. So we have the ghosts on the leaderboard, right? We have the list of like public runs that people have done. So this is floor 11 practice floor. So you can spectate any ghost on the leaderboard. Ren did not finish and neither did anyone else. Wait, everything is intended to be chainable? How would you chain this? This part? How would you possibly chain this? Except that, okay. Alright, except this. Alright. Sick run though from Scrappy. Oof. The name of this add-on is Ghost++. The plugin. OpenPlant plugin. It is here. Ghosts++. Every time I switch to SPVL stream I get ads? Yes, because I have pre-rolls on, which means that Twitch gives you two options. Either you play ads constantly on your channel, or you only play ads once when people enter your channel. I don't play any ads ever, which means that Twitch forces me to have pre-roll ads, which means that if you enter the stream, you will get an ad. I don't ever play any ads. So if you leave the stream on, you will never get an ad. If you close the stream and open it again, or like F5 or something, then yeah, you do get ads. You can use adblock as well, yeah. If your adblocks works on Twitch, not all of them do. Like, yeah, it's a pretty weird system, but it's what it is. Like, for some people it might be better to not have it, but the one reason why I don't want to have it is because now that we're doing this coverage, I don't want to, like... I don't want anyone to miss, like, the runs that are happening. So at least during this coverage, I wouldn't change it for that reason, because like the players can kind of control it in the sense that, you know, they can just not play during an ad, but we wouldn't be able to control it here in the same way. Like, you know, I could not play the ads, I guess, but then you will get pre-rolls if I don't play ads for like a specific amount of time. So like you can manually play the ads as well, and that disables the pre-roll ads, but then you need to do them at like consistent interval still. It's an awkward system. Just ask them to wait. Yeah, great. Yeah, no, I get that pre-roll ads are bad if you're, like, finding some people to watch. But, yeah, I feel like for this specific case, it would be worse to have, like, scheduled ads. This is a terrible line. Oh, okay, it works. So maybe I'll switch it, like maybe I'll do like a poll of what people prefer after this deeply 2 thing. Maybe I'll switch it after if people prefer the scheduled ones, but... Or like, you know, maybe not scheduled, but so that we do them at like even intervals or so. Always rather have pre-rolls. That's fair. Yeah, of course, if you're subbed, then you shouldn't get any ads at all. Yeah, that's fair twist. I know the flip side as well. Wish we could just turn them off, but that's not how it works. Surely I will grip the wall. You think very first time viewers don't get pre-rolls? Maybe. I'm not so sure. It wouldn't even be like super bad if the amount of like ads to disable pre-rolls wouldn't be so much. I don't quite remember what it was exactly, but it's like, I think you need to play them every half an hour or so. If it was like 1 minute every hour, then like, sure, it's not that bad. Oh, that's weird. Okay, landed. Landing in. 2 floors ahead of Elcon, let's go. Probably not for long. Let's see. Too low. This is so tricky somehow to get. I've been getting closer, I suppose. But yeah, it needs to be a little bit higher. I feel like I might be jumping a little bit too far to the side. Maybe I need to try to improve the angle, not really the, like, jump timing. Okay, whatever. Just crawled through Twitch homepage for the first time ever and clicked a ton of streamers I never watched and didn't get pre-rolls on any of them? Maybe. I also think that you probably don't get pre-rolls like on every single stream that you check if you like switch streams very quickly. That would be a very strange system. You probably just get them like at some intervals, right? Yeah, the floor 2 final jump is really tricky, or the final platform. Is the bot crashed, maybe? I think so. Why is it so unstable? 1 second. Let's see. Maybe I can get it back. Is it not working at all? Okay, one more attempt. Oh, maybe no. Okay, alright. Now it works. No problem. Let's see. Maybe I can get back to floor 3. Works. I think Twitch also increased the sub pricing in quite a few countries. How much? I can't remember. I think like €1 in Finland. More. So from like 5 to 6 maybe, I don't know. Or 4 to 5, I don't know what it was before. Can't recall. Okay, that was not ideal. I'll take it. Swear you're a monk. After 20 fails on this quarter pipe spin jump, I would throw my screen off the window. No, I mean, you know, you just try to learn something every time. As long as there's like some level of improvement with anything, then, you know, it's not too bad. No, it's not only US prices, it's in like 30 different countries if I remember right. Oh, it starts July 11th. Yeah, gotcha. UK too. Yeah, it's quite a few. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. I guess they're still trying to figure out this whole system. At some point they lowered the prices, like essentially localized prices of subs, but now they seem to kind of be almost rolling that back. Not really, but you know, increasing it in many places. Okay, that works. Close. Let's try this again. Okay. Not the greatest line. So, somewhere there? Oh, so close. It's such a weird line somehow. Really hard to pick that up. Justin TV would never have increased sub prices. Yeah, I'm not really sure what the whole plan with Twitch Prime even is for Amazon, honestly. I guess it's like a way to get people to get Amazon Prime. Probably not the main thing why people get it though. Any new developments with top 4 progress today? Lars did get a new PV. Now tied with Hazard on the practice dirt wall ride. Nothing more though. Elcon still playing. Trying to get runs up to floor 16 and has got a couple but hasn't yet gotten past the wheel hang today. Have you theory crafted the jump they're stuck at? Yes, I have. Elcon seems to think that it's like a... Or what Elcon tried so far was essentially trying like a slow-ish line with a brake tap on the dirt. So slow entry from the ice and then going into the dirt with a brake tap. It's terrible. I intuitively didn't think that it would be a dirt like brake tap. I think you just go and steer, like full speed and steer the dirt zoop. But I'm not really sure if that's the case. I mean, I guess the brake tap sort of makes sense, but it looks really sketchy. It looks weirdly built. I don't know if we can really say that they're stuck at it though. Because Elcon has a total of 1 attempt on it, and Bren has 2. So it's really not... Really not a lot. I think they just need to get there more and try a few more things. I think what happened to Elcon is just going sideways into the plastic and slowing down, because you have icy wheels as you enter the plastic, which makes it so important that you have a straight line. Okay, close call. It could be something else though too. Oh, unfortunate for Birkin. Oh. Don't fall yet. That was not the fall that I wanted. Apparently I have been a visual block this run. I really don't like this turtle setup here. The beam. What floor is your favorite? I don't really have a favorite floor. There's so many cool ideas. Floor 10 is really nice. Floor 4 is really nice. Okay. Elcon gone offline? Gotcha. So, well, more runs to floor 16, which, you know, Elcon got there for the first time last night, right? So it is important that Elcon starts getting more runs there. But it's still not enough to get there. You need to make some progress as well, obviously, to eventually finish the map. Yeah, Elcon just giving me some time to catch up. Elcon said he will pick up his second tomorrow. Good night. Okay, so Elcon thinks that Bren will finish. Well, I mean, the players really feel that it can happen at any moment. Like Bren thinking that Elcon might finish tonight. Well, that didn't happen. Elcon thinking that Bren might finish tomorrow. I guess we'll see. No, Sloppy Ninja. Elcon's attempt, as far as I know, unless Bren has done some, you know, offline runs or whatever, is the most recent one. Floor 16 is a cool floor. It's just, you know, overshadowed by the fact that it's such an overkill floor so high on the map. That is not the line at all. No. Well, I guess we'll try for a little bit longer. But I guess right now, Elcon offline, Hazard offline, Lars offline, and Bren probably will start only in some many hours, I'm guessing so. I actually think that the flip on top of the wall ride will probably be very close but very doable. Like, I think it's one of those things that looks like it's really super precise, but I think it's just always going to be a very close landing. The one thing that I'm a little bit afraid of is that if the car will land upside down, but yeah, I don't know. There might be some ways to prevent that from happening. Maybe the players have already thought about it. It's hard to say though. I feel like the narrow parts will be very difficult. The turnaround is gonna be like a coin flip. And then the narrow parts will be difficult. Definitely failable. And after that, yeah, I think the flip will probably work fine. I think the flip is maybe the easiest part of the map. May I ask? Don't mean this in any distressing way at all. But knowing that you... It's hard to read while playing. Knowing that you most likely won't come close to completing the map, does it feel good for you to try? Even if you get to like floor 10 or max? Floor 10 might be pretty... pretty far already. Depending on how long I try, I suppose. I would be looking for like floor 6 maybe. No, but yeah, like, you know, you can get feelings of achievement from other things than finishing maps. Like every new floor you can kind of look at as a finished map, you know? It's kind of like, you know, if you're playing campaign and you're a new player, and you can think like, okay, well, why even play the map if you can't get the author medal? Why even play the map if you can only get like silver medal? But like, there's achievements other than, you know, doing the ultimate goal, right? There's a lot of maps that are really good grinds for like gold medal, and then the author medal will be unachievable for almost every single player in the world. But people still enjoy the gold medal grind. Okay, that was not the line. I'm not saying silver medals aren't great. I'm just saying that it's like a similar sort of, like, if you think about it, it's like a similar thing, where you have like a list of achievements, and the top achievement could be the author medal on a map, or it could be finishing like a map like this, right? It can be the ultimate goal. So, you know, if you don't reach it, then you can find something good in reaching something else. There are some like track of the day author medals that only like less than 10 people have ever beaten. Out of, you know, maybe 10,000, 20,000 who have tried the map. I don't think it's necessary that those other 20,000 players had like a bad time on the map, because they couldn't beat the time. Though there are, you know, occasionally Reddit threads where people complain about author times being too difficult. But I think, you know, there's also something about like accepting that, you know, unless you put serious effort into something, you will not be able to claim the ultimate award either. That can be fine. It's like, you know, you speedrun and you don't get the water guard, right? But you can still be proud of what you've done. I like trying to get high in my local leaderboard, yeah. This map has got to go down in history as the hardest completed map. It's difficult to quantify, because I think what it comes down to is that you have like this map, Deep Dip 2, where most of the challenge comes from the fact that everything is so hard to learn, because you have to learn it in the least efficient way possible. So there are maps that have checkpoints, that have, you know, very good ways to practice, even like, you know, practice versions of those maps, where you can practice something like every single trick before you go into the map. And those maps can be like harder in some sense, right? Like the tricks on like a khaki map or a trial map will pretty much always be harder than whatever is on this map. It's just that on those maps you can retry the tricks 1,000 times very efficiently. Here you can't. Here you start from the beginning every time. So, in terms of like the least efficient type of learning, yeah, this is probably gonna be the hardest completed Trackmania map. But just like based on the individual tricks, it probably gets a bit different. Yeah, it's more like an endurance challenge, yeah. For sure. And of course, like, getting a clean run is still, like, different than just doing, like, a trial map in the end, because here a clean run means that you do every single trick on this map in a row, without mistakes, basically. Here we go. Most likely the hardest finished maps are some maps that not many people have even heard of. There are likely some like pretty obscure trial maps where like one person has reached the finish line in like 15 hours after trying the map for maybe a couple months. I wouldn't be surprised. It's probably some map with like 10 checkpoints, and all of those checkpoints are like completely overcooked. You need like 2,000 attempts on every one of them to get them once on a run. Yeah, this line is a little bit to the right, but I don't really care. It'd be okay. Here we go. You should adjust your time schedule after Bren. The problem is that currently my schedule kind of matches Hazard and Elcon, for example, and Lars to an extent, I suppose. So, like, if I adjust it to Bren, then we would miss out on everyone else. Okay, can this work? I feel like I understand what to do. Okay, very barely. It's still a little bit shaky. Maybe I need to find some way to jump more to the right side or something. Oh well. Wait. Looks pretty good. No, it was too short still. I thought I had pretty good speed there. Maybe it's the line. Maybe I'm taking like a 2 diagonal line still. Maybe I need to go actually with slightly less speed. That's a tricky one somehow. Oh well, I'll pick it up. Gotcha, but even when all those floors have gotten checkpoints doing a full speedrun, doing a full speedrun will only be for the absolute elite? Yeah, for sure. That's for sure. It is an extremely difficult map, of course. Not many maps where just getting to speedrun the map takes like hundreds of hours of practice. Okay, we might do one more run. See if I can get to floor 3. Well, at the very least, I feel like I'm getting to the end of floor 2 more. I just need to figure that out. I reckon for an absolute top of the players to beat the map from 0 to knowledge, they need about 50 to 100 hours of practicing each individual jump. Like 50 to 100 hours total practicing. Yeah, that seems reasonable. I think so. Like playing in the editor, you know, and trying to practice floors and everything for about 100 hours. Yeah. Yeah. Reasonable. Yeah, no, for me already, like, if I just went into the editor and practiced everything, like, sure, I would get better at this, but still doing something like this without any mistakes at all for the full 16 floors. Extremely difficult. It would probably take me a few hundred hours. What? It doesn't work sometimes. What is this gap? Oh hey. Okay, this... interesting. Landing. I'll take it. Yeah, probably a couple hundred hours of, like... actual... sort of meaningful practice. Very focused practice. Okay, please tell me I can just go from here. Oh, whoops. Okay, that was a weird tap. Okay. Maybe I'm running out of focus a little bit as well. Let me try one more. Yeah, the difficulty of floor 15 and 16 tricks is pretty high. Even compared to, like, more traditional maps. How long would the map take for someone with no Trackmania experience? It depends. Because are you just going to play Deep Dip 2 until the end of time? Because then I don't even know if you're ever gonna finish. I guess, like, with the practice floors, maybe a couple thousand hours. I don't know. There were some people who were saying, like, when we were still on, like, floor 8 or 9, the top guys. I did see some Reddit threads where people were saying, like, oh, I've never played Trackmania in my life, and I am doing an experiment to try to beat this map from 0 without playing any other map ever. Even though it will take, even though it might take me months to do so, it's kind of like, okay, dude, yeah. Let's start from getting past floor 0, maybe. And then let's reconsider the challenge. It's maybe hard to, like, truly understand the difficulty of a map like this. Even after, like, trying out the first few floors, like, the problem is that the biggest choke points of the map are at the very end, like floor 11, floor 7 as well, and, you know, floor 13, everything else, floor 14, 15, 16, all of them are super, super chokeable. Even when you know everything, you know exactly what to do. Yeah, the ice slide is already gonna be insanely painful to learn on a map like this. Like, you are much better off just going onto an ice server and playing there for 2 hours than playing like 100 hours of floor 1, I think. Oh. Okay, that works. Like in chess where people say they will go from nothing to 2,000 in a month? Yeah. Because a lot of people think that, you know, they're smart, so they're automatically really good at chess. Which I don't think that's how chess works. You still need to, like, understand and learn the patterns and everything else. I don't play chess, but, like, you don't just connect your brain into, like, a monitor and then it checks your IQ and your opponent's IQ and then it's like, okay, you have more IQ, you win. You know? Like, you need to actually understand the game as well. So it's kind of ridiculous. Getting to floor 5 might be difficult for a 1,000+ hour player. Yeah. I mean, here we see it in real time. Well more than 1,000 hours in this game, and it is difficult to get to floor 3 right now. Was always on the advanced ice server, specking and asking questions. Yeah. I mean, ice, kind of like, you understand so much about ice by just asking ice players what's happening, because they've kind of like gone through the very weird science of that surface and the techniques and everything else, because there's very weird things that happen on ice. Some things even ice players don't understand why they happen. I could show a replay right now to any ice player, they will not be explaining what's happening on that replay. Because I have a replay. And it's not possible. You will not understand what's going on. Just how ice works. But you can understand it, like, you know, somewhat, or you can understand it a lot, or you can understand it not at all. So there are ways to improve your understanding. Okay, it works. And in a game like this where things are sometimes much more complex than they look, it's good to just connect with the community and ask. Yeah, there we go, twist. I play chess, and what people don't understand is that the elo curve is exponential in terms of the effort needed to gain rating. Yeah, here as well. Like, you know, getting top 1% in Trackmania, like getting to the top 1% of players, probably not super difficult. I might be in that, I'm not really sure. It depends how you quantify it. I guess, but I'm probably like top 5%. But then getting to top 0.5%, getting to top 0.05%, that's like insanely difficult. And to finish a map like this, especially completing it without the practice force and everything else, you need to be in that percentage. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm very barely getting it. At least I'm getting it. Maybe it start from here. Okay, this is good. I'm going. Good. Climb. Climb, please. Climb, please. Thank you. Just for context, I have 500 hours now, and I can get to Shallow Dip floor 5, but getting there took me over 1200 falls. That's a good grind, though. Well done. I'm sure you're gonna finish soon. I think it was 34% auto. One of the biggest memes. Okay, so here I need to make sure I get the speed. Camera 2. What? I geared down again? Okay, at least I landed. Okay, sure. So I'll just take like a straight line, I guess. Is that gonna be enough? Okay, that did work. It's so weird because I get the second gear at the 100 speed, and my goal is to not lose that second gear on the quarter pipe. So I need like some more speed than just the speed that gets the gear. Because if the speed drops too low in the quarter pipe, you get a slowdown because you drop back to gear 1. Yeah, chess is fairly like competitive as well. Like in Trackmania, sure you will need like some time, you know, in the game, but a lot of the players, depending how you count it, I guess, a lot of the players are going to be like players who just play the campaigns every once in a while. Don't get second gear, it's a lot easier. Oh yeah? No, yeah, the 34% is just, it's just a meme, you know? Kinda like betting thing. Okay, I'm gonna chain this, come on. This looks promising. Nice, PB. We got one. Okay, so then mega slow. I know this section. I know every section. Mega slow, turbo. Wow, I'm getting freezes. Get the plastic wall, land here, land sideways, and then that's it. Okay. I don't know how to slow down on plastic with wet wheels, that's the problem. Like, it's really weird. So I'm just gonna take like 0 speed for this. And it will be ridiculous. But, oh, okay. Already too fast for me. Line is good. Let's go. Go. Turn. Nice. That was very good. Okay. I have beaten Shallow Dip, yes, so I have kind of done these parts as well. And then the back flip. Clean line. Let's go. 400 meters. Where does that place me? Where do I get with 400? Probably like almost top 200, I imagine. It's crazy. Crazy. Already on like top 1% of this map. By getting barely into floor 3. Okay, so then you don't need to isolate this. Just need to be careful with the landing. Yosami. Saturday, Davey. Okay, so I'm so scared of the slowdown. Actually, like, slowing down here. Like, the ice... I feel like I'm fine with the ice, honestly. But slowing down here, that scares me. Maybe I should just go. Is it easier to just chain it, maybe? Let's see. Okay, I'll just try. I'll just try a line that feels comfortable. Okay, that's a little bit bad. Okay. I know what to do to save this. Let me get into the water so I get rid of the wet wheels first. You just stop. Yeah, pretty easy to do. I would say that nothing on this map is pretty easy to do. Okay, let's see. I think a little bit slower and then accelerate on the ice. This feels really good. Good line. Okay. I just save it. And then you just do like weird ice gameplay, right? No problem. You don't need to isolate this. Just a little bit of initial speed. Oh, a little bit close. Oh, I clipped the edge. Ah, that's unfortunate. It was a good try though. Good first try there. I made some progress. The speed was enough. Speed was fine. I just clipped the edge at the very last moment. I could probably, honestly... When I get here again, I should just slide through this. I can't do it. I need to trust my intuition a little bit more. And then it's only really the bug slide. Like, if I just get this water landing fine, don't fall off here, which can happen. I think the bug slide honestly is okay. I was already doing it in shallow dip anyway. Should be fine. After that many days, PB floor 4. It's not floor 4 yet. Still 3. Is it this map that's hard? Yeah. I encourage you to try it. If you doubt it. And that's already almost top 200, actually. I played this game for about 5,000 hours or so. Yeah, no worries, dude. I mostly built maps though. There's some really good players, by the way, on floor 5. Some world record hunters that I recognize. So, yeah. I honestly think I can get floor 4 very quickly though. Okay, good. Like, really, getting this part done, I'm pretty comfortable with this. It's not very different from shallow dip, anyway. So, like, this landing I'm a little bit scared of, because you can slide from the pool. And then, yeah, got about bug slide. I feel like the bug slide will be fine. Floor 2, yeah, is already extremely tough to reach. A lot of players get stuck in the very beginning of floor 2. Yeah, you just try to do like a very clean landing into the pool, I know. So yeah, the reason why here's the reason why the height doesn't really matter anymore when you get to floor 16. It's fun to follow before it, but the reason why Bren is 10 meters higher is just because Bren has failed this loop. So you fly out of the loop and you get a little bit more height. That's the reason. So you actually don't reach this height until you get to the dirt wall right here. The real dirt wall, right? So that's gonna be the next height record when someone gets to this point. And then, you know, it's again not going to really matter, right? Because these parts are roughly on the same height as well. So, floor 16 ending, that's probably gonna be a new height record. And, yeah, but at this point, you know, when you get to that point, then you're thinking about finishing the map. So, only one height matters on this map, really, which is the height of the final jump that you do from here to the crown. Reaching this line, that's the height that matters. So, we'll see. But hey, at least I was able to get a PV at the end as well. And Elcon, some good floor 16 attempts. We'll see what tomorrow brings. I guess Bren will do a morning session as usual, maybe Lars as well. And yeah, I'll keep also trying to get towards floor 4. I think getting to floor 5 would be good. Oh, Argo also. 550. That's a pretty respectable height, actually. Like, when you get to top 100 or so, pretty much everyone is going to be like an experienced player that's like at least somewhat known in the community, right? And when you get to top 50, then it's like, okay, well, all these names make sense. Current wall record is on floor 16, final floor. Here. This ice wheel, dirt, zoop. Getting this jump onto the ice platform. Landing it, and then going around the flags, and then we have the potentially the hardest trick of the map. We don't really know, no one has tried it because no one is there, but it might be. Might be the hardest one. Yeah, a lot of people thought that it would be a much shorter grind. Yeah, it's a very mental thing too, of course. Like, you know, being able to like focus on this kind of a map, it's definitely something. What's a zoop? So it is similar. We have the practice floor 10 that has a similar trick. Not the same, but it'll give you the idea. So if we go a little bit, well, we don't really need to go forward. Here it is. So you get icy wheels here, then you go onto the dirt and you just go sideways like this. Basically you chain speed in this kind of like a sharp turn. You get the speed from this kind of like ice to dirt transition. There's also one at the end of floor 15, but that hasn't got a practice floor. So we are still waiting. But the players definitely know what they need to do there. Like, they know the technique. What the precise technique is, that kind of depends. Here you have it again, once on dirt, and then you actually have the other way around as well on the ice. Kinda cool. Cool section. Let's see. This is a good record for Musta. Ice spin. That is also a very difficult part. Yeah, there's a very clean floor 11 run from Scrappy as well. Wow, chaining this one. That's pretty fast. Good run. Very clean. So yeah, floor 11 was released today for practice. So Scrappy has a sick run here. It's very solid. Who will finish the map first in your opinion? You need to add Lars to that list as well. Bren, Elcon, Hazard, or Lars. But out of those 4, I don't know. I really don't know. All of them are basically in the same place. Scrappy, you think? That's a bit of a hot take. Scrappy is, you know, getting further. But I do believe that the winner will come from the 4 players that we have in floor 16 right now. Everyone else is still on 14. Unless Scrappy got to 15 today as well. Yeah, Shmaniel also, like, probably has a chance for podium. This is a great jump. Shmaniel probably has a chance for podium, but for winning, I don't think so. I feel like it's really just the battle between the 4. But I could be wrong. But I do know that Shmaniel also is not really grinding for the, like, competition, but for the personal achievement. So I don't think Shmaniel is doing any, like, you know, taking any pressure, really. Yeah, this is a very good run from Scrappy. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, I don't think Shmaniel is taking any pressure from, like, finishing first or something, so might take, like, some days off and such, so... But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day... I might need to be on the map to see the leaderboard. Oh well, at the end of the day... yeah, it can be just one run. Like, jacket access can be just the one run. Lars has been doing really well these last few days, honestly. I feel like Lars could just get that God run as well. And get some great progress done very quickly. Who has broken the most new ground historically? Bren. Bren has been trailblazing the most and is the most consistent player of the map. So, you know, if you want the best chance to be correct, then Bren is probably the best bet. Is getting to floor 16 more than the other players right now. So, like, yeah, Bren is currently the slight favorite, I guess. Like, you know, it makes most sense to say that Bren will be the first one. But at the same time, because we're only talking about that one run, we're not really talking about consistency. Like, of course, you need to get to floor 16 to finish the map, but it could just be that someone gets to floor 16, everything clicks, and they're able to get the run. So... can just be one run as well. So yeah, hard to say. But Bren, to an extent, probably has the best shot. Bren opened the way until an ice trick happened. Yeah, I guess so. Well, Alcon is showing some pretty interesting lines there, so we'll see. Maybe they'll figure it out, the rest as well. Okay, not a whole lot of deep dip going on. Not all that much. It's really kind of an hour as well, I suppose. Haven't raided down in a while, and there's gonna be a cup of the night in 13 minutes. Maybe that makes sense, yeah. So it's a little bit different, but it's cool Trackmania stuff. So if you want to see maybe what Cup of the Day is like for the first time, down plays those on most days, and also usually wins. So that's a good bet. It's basically like a knockout tournament. Was doing Finnish Trackmania Campaign Discovery. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. It's gonna be a little bit different, but you know, it's gonna be cool still. Down, very good player, great guy. So let's go to that direction. But yeah, very much appreciate you guys tuning in. Hope you enjoyed the stream. We will keep following the players and hoping for the runs to go through. Eventually it'll happen. Statistically, someone will finish the map eventually, yeah? But yeah, thank you so much guys for tuning in, and hope you have a great